had our breakfast. I will be the MC for the day until the tail end of this program, and it's so nice to join each and every one of you. And like I was saying earlier, you know, hosting an insurance event is one of the safest job in the world, because if anything goes wrong, then definitely you are with people who know how to cover you, and you will be safe. I want you to appreciate the team from NCBA Insurance Group one more time. Wapigieni makofi tafadhali. Asante sana. Thank you so much to everyone that has made it to this place. And of course, for anybody that perhaps has not had a chance to have breakfast, I'm still being reliably informed that there is plenty of tea and anything that you might want to serve as your accompaniment. And even as we start this, one thing that you must be aware of is, as long as you're at JW Marriott, this is of course one of the best facilities that we have in county number 047, that is Kenya's capital. And before we start this event, it would be necessary and very important for us to understand the structure of the facility and just get to know, in case of any emergency, where do we go? In case as you sit here and you fall sick, where do we go? Nobody else is doing that duty other than one of the security protocol that we have here. His name is Edward, and I want you to appreciate him as he comes on stage to take us through this facility. Mpigieni makofi.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Edward, just like you said, Edward Wanyende, in the Safety and Security Department. Like he just said, I'm here to take you through the structure of the facility. Right where we are is at the second floor of a 36-story building. And when I want to start with the washrooms. When you see on your right hand side where you are seated, there are swing doors. Those swing doors will lead you to the foyer area. The foyer area is just that breakout area where the tea is being served there. When you go to the far end, you'll find the washrooms. And then the same towards the end of it, towards the lift, we are also having other washrooms next to the spiral stairs of the lifts. And then today we have got no planned drills, so should we hear any alarm, we just evacuate. And then if it is a false one, again we will confirm to you guys promptly so that you don't interfere with your trainings. Another thing is that during the evacuation, if there will be need to evacuate the room, we just again leave through the swing doors, move towards the lift. Next to the lifts, there we are having a fire emergency exit door. We should just push the bar and then find ourselves into the stairwell that will lead us down to the ground floor. At the ground floor is our break area, where we must also engage the same procedure, and then we will organize on how one can be transferred to the nearest health facility. Then lastly, I would say thank you so much for choosing JW Marriott as your preferred meeting place, unless there is any question.
All right, let's appreciate Edward. Of course, what you can see Edward doing is just giving us a brief of how the blueprint of the facility looks, so that in case of any emergency that we are having, and just to confirm that today they have no planned drills. So if anything happens, just know that it is go time. And for that matter, I just want you to look at the person seated next to you and tell them good morning. Look at the person seated next to you, tell them good morning. And then you go ahead and tell them, ensure every moment. Tell them, ensure every moment. Now, from where I'm standing, when I look at you down there, all of you are looking so good. I want you to appreciate yourselves. Jipigieni makofi tafadhali. And as we begin this program, of course, we have an amazing, amazing lady that is going to do the opening remarks, and that is none other than Madam Stella Njunge, who is here with us going for the opening remarks. Let's appreciate her. Mpigeni makofi tafadhali. Asante sana. Karibu.
So thank you, Jack. Good morning, everyone. I hope I'm loud enough. And for once, they've gotten a podium for people of my height. You know, ordinarily, they normally come up to my neck. So I'm quite happy to have one that's so comfortable. So on an early Monday morning, I really feel privileged to host you today here at the JW Marriott. And I want to welcome all of you, beginning with esteemed guests. I want to recognize the representative from the Commission of Insurance. Brian, you're seated here. Most welcome. Feel most welcome. Dr. Ben Kajwang, who is the director for the College of Insurance and former president for the African Insurance Organization, normally known as AIO. Feel most welcome. Mrs. Alice Njoroge, director of the Insurance Institute. And I think you all know the Insurance Professionals Act is being called Alice's Act. Feel most welcome, Alice. Industry captains, our customers of NCBA Bank, colleagues from NCBA, staff of NCBA, and the Adili Group led by Mr. William Olfse. Willie, I hope I was able to pronounce your name correctly. I think we can debate about it later. Good morning again. I'm truly delighted to welcome all of you to this important gathering. And I want to let you know that this is the first of its kind, a cyber insurance event that is being hosted by an insurance company. That is how confident we are in that particular space. And thank you, Mary. I've just seen you. Thank you for attending our function. Again, demonstrating that NCBA is leading from NCBA Insurance is leading from the front. It gives me great joy to see so many of you here today, united by a shared commitment to strengthen cyber resilience in our industry. This is a space for us to reflect, to learn from each other, and to shape how we, as an insurance sector, rise to one of the greatest challenges of our time. Cyber threats are no longer distant possibilities. They are real, immediate, and affect businesses of every size and sector. For insurers, the stakes are even higher, and our ability to anticipate, respond, and support recovery when these incidents occur speaks directly to the trust that our customers place in us. With us today is a team from AIG Insurance. They are based in Dubai, and I'm happy that, George, you've come with the cyber expert. Philip, he has an interesting presentation to share with you today, and he'll be sharing his experiences on what he has seen in that particular landscape, not only for Kenya, but across the Middle East and Europe, and I know you will find it engaging. At NCBA Insurance, we are proud to say that we are not just a player, but the market leader and indeed the only insurer in Kenya with cyber wording that is approved by the Insurance Regulatory Authority. We were the pioneer of cyber insurance in this market, having launched the Cyber Edge product in the year 2018. That is how far back we began the conversations around cyber insurance. I must say that it has taken time for people to get interest in this particular field, but COVID was an accelerator. And I think at that point in time is when, given that most people were working from home and many companies were able to finally complete the digitization of their operations, that we really got to feel the real threat of cyber incidents and cyber threat actors who are out there locally and also internationally. We have taken bold steps to ensure that our customers are not only protected financially, but are also supported throughout every stage of a cyber incident. Our coverage includes rapid response, forensic investigation, data recovery, and even crisis communication when reputations are at risk. Additionally, we also offer liability coverage to safeguard businesses from the legal and regulatory consequences of data breaches and systems failure. For cases such as ransomware, we ensure customers have immediate access to experts who can guide them through what are often the most difficult and stressful moments of any business leader. Ladies and gentlemen, we recognize that small enterprises, just like large corporations, depend on digital systems to run their operations and serve their clients. Our role is to give them the confidence to fully embrace technology, knowing that if the unexpected happens, they are not alone. We also recognize that we cannot walk this journey alone. That is why we deeply value our partnership with agents, brokers, bancassurance, and reinsurers who stand at the front line of customer engagement. Your guidance ensures that customers understand that they are covered for, what they are covered for, and how best to manage their risks. We are grateful for the collaboration with our regulators, the Insurance Regulatory Authority and Insurance Institute of Kenya, and the College of Insurance, whose guidance and oversight inform the entire industry and ensure that as we innovate, we never compromise on the highest degree of integrity and professionalism. These partnerships allow us to share expertise and provide customers with up to 80% coverage for large and complex risks, significantly reducing the pain they would otherwise shoulder alone. This very conference is a demonstration of that commitment. By convening all of you here, NCBA Insurance is not only protecting our clients through cover, but also through building capacity in the Kenyan market. Ladies and gentlemen, the message I want to share with you today is that resilience is built collectively. And as NCBA Insurance, we are committed to leading this conversation and providing practical solutions. However, resilience will only be achieved if every stakeholder plays their part. Preventing cyber incidents requires education and investment in stronger defenses, and responding effectively requires preparation, collaboration, and speed. Recovering requires not only financial cover, but also strong relationships built on trust. In conclusion, today is not about us alone, it is about what we can achieve collectively as an industry. It's about creating an environment where businesses can adopt digital solutions with confidence, customers feel secure, and the insurance sector demonstrates true leadership in tackling modern risks. I encourage each of us today to listen, to share openly, and to challenge ourselves to do better. Together we can build not only resilience, but also trust, which is the very foundation of our profession. Thank you all, and I wish you all an engaging and fruitful conference.
Let's appreciate her in a better way. Tumpigieni makofi tafadhali. Of course, I'm being reliably reminded that our GMD has left, but will be back shortly, so there's nothing to worry about. And of course, we will continue with the program as well, because we have other speakers that are coming just before he makes his return, and then we will as well continue with the program. And like I told you, I know that it's a corporate event, but I need you to loosen up a bit. Nataka kidogo tu, si ni kweli? I know it's a corporate event. You know, everyone is having that face where when you hear the boss saying, let's keep it brief, and then 2 hours later, you are on slide 3 of 274. So I need you to loosen up a bit so that we may have an amazing event and just have a robust conversation in relation to this. Ladies and gentlemen, I want us to move in a pacey fashion. And at this time, allow me to invite Adili Group CEO, none other than Mr. William Olefsen. Pigeni makofi as he comes on stage to make his remarks. Welcome, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Willie Olofs. I'm leading the Forensic Risk and Compliance team for Adili Group. Thank you to Stella and NCBA IG for inviting us and for us to be part of this event. Cyber is not an IT problem. It's a leadership, risk, and trust problem. If you sit on EXCO or the board, cyber sits on your agenda whether you like it or not. In reality, It is an enterprise risk with direct implications for revenue continuity, customer trust, regulatory confidence, and brand equity. For that reason, it belongs squarely on ExCo and the board's agenda. The decisions leaders make about risk appetite, investment priorities, and crisis readiness determines how an organization performs on its best days and how it survives its worst. Across East Africa, the continent, and even globally, two truths stand out. Firstly, there's a structural skills gap. Secondly, many organizations are over-tooled and under-prepared. Let me start with the skills gap. Experienced investigators, threat intelligence analysis, and SOC engineers are short supply everywhere, more so in the fast-growing markets like Kenya, East Africa. The result is uneven detection, slow containment, and hard-won lessons that are costly to organizations. The second issue, I think that our organizations are over-tooled and under-prepared. We see that organizations are investing millions on very powerful technology, but they don't achieve the outcomes that they want. It's almost like the boards are authorizing significant spend, and they're under a false sense of security because they've already spent money to deal with the cyber problem. Why is this happening? Because the capability stack is incomplete, tools without good playbooks, and trained teams will not deliver the outcome leaders expect. At Adili, we assisting leadership to convert investments into outcomes, investigations. We are getting to the root cause. We've got state-of-the-art technology, a forensic lab to do investigations, contain incidents, and learn from the lessons. Threat intelligence, we are turning global and regional signals into specific sector-relevant insight leaders can act on. Security Operations Center, we continuously monitor and assist clients where we identify the signals and kill the noise. And lastly, and probably the most important, is at Adili we've got a cyber arena, a world-class facility where executives and technical teams rehearse realistic scenarios, run hands-on labs, and convert policy into practical response. We are teaching people how to deal with incidents. Cyber cannot be left solely to the technical team because the consequences are not technical. They are strategic. When ExCo and boards set intent, protect what matters, and rehearse response, technology spend begins to produce the resilience everyone assumes it will. And to close, decide, drill, deliver. Resilience is built before the breach starts now. Thank you very much.
Let's give him a better clap, tafadhali. Let's appreciate him. And I just want to remind all of us that even as we continue with this event, when you are coming in during the registration and just scanning the QR code, one of the things that I just want to remind you is that the facility that you're in has photography and videography activities going on. As you can see, we are live, of course. There's a live stream that is going on right now. And of course, there's a whole media team that is here. And this was just to make sure that you give consent as well for your image, of course, to be used during this coverage. So this is an important thing that I wanted to remind us of even as we go on with this event. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm bringing up on stage the Director, Insurance Institute of Kenya, Madam Alice Njoroge, to join us and make her remarks as well. Tumpigieni makofi as she comes up on stage so that we may hear what she has to say. Karibu sana, Madam.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I have a bit of a cold, but anyhow, I will try my best. All protocols observed. Let me acknowledge Adele, who has just given us a very good presentation, and the CEO of NCBA Insurance. And I also want to acknowledge the Dubai team and my colleague, Dr. Ben Kajwang from the College of Insurance, and our mentor here, Miri Wamai, and everybody else who is here, the brokers in the house. Somewhere I see you, Aeon, I see you. I see a lot of professionals who belong to the Insurance Institute of Kenya, and I'm happy, and I also recognize the representative from the regulator. So all protocols observed. Good morning, everyone. The Dubai team, maybe let me just say, when NCBA was AIG, Stella used to do a lot of requests for approvals to join the Insurance Institute of Kenya. Yes, this is the institute that she used to support. And thank you so much, because those approvals were always given. So thank you very much. I was just sharing with a broker out there, and I was telling someone that in this industry space that we are in Kenya, whenever you think of a cybersecurity risk, the thing that comes to your mind is NCBA insurance. We believe that is where you're going to get the best quote, the best professionalism before you shop anywhere else. That's where the buck stops. Stella and team, keep up the good work of the professionalism, uphold it with a lot of pride, and you will never go wrong. Thank you. I listened to the speech of Stella and Adele, and the two of them had one thing in common: trust, and clients trust to whatever you do. And the other thing is, after the attack, do we have the solution? And he has just said it's not just technical, it also requires a lot of strategy. So as we move forward, even if we have the technical issues, let's put the proper strategies for us to be able to move forward. So let me read my speech. It is very short, it's less than a minute. And yeah. It is a pleasure to join you this morning for this important conversation hosted by the NCBA Insurance, a conversation that touches the very heart of modern community cybersecurity. There is a quote by Warren Buffett that says, "It takes 20 years to build a reputation and 5 minutes to ruin it." If you think about that, you will do things differently. In today's digital age, those 5 minutes could be one of phishing emails, one weak password, or one unmonitored system way. Let me share with you a short story. Those who know me, they know I love telling stories. A few years ago, a small-sized insurance company in Europe fell victim to a ransom attack. Their client data was encrypted, operations halted, and panic spread through their network. Yet, the true damage was not their money lost, it was the trust that they broke. Clients who had once felt protected suddenly felt exposed. The story mirrors what we in the insurance space must constantly remember: that trust is our greatest currency. It's not stored in the databases, all our policies, but in the confidence our customers place in us. Cyber attacks exploit not just technology gaps, but human lapses. The unmasked question, the overlooked system, the unaware team. And that's where professional bodies like the Insurance Institute of Kenya come in to build awareness, strengthen capacity, and foster a culture of preparedness. A recent survey showed that over 80% of organizations in Africa experienced at least one cybersecurity incident in the past year, yet only a fraction has comprehensive insurance. All incident response plans. This presents both a risk and an opportunity. Imagine this. An insurer who not only compensates after breach has, imagine this, an insurer who not only compensates after a breach, but helps clients build resilience. And Stella has just alluded to that they immediately get solutions for their customers should this happen. Those clients build resilience before it happens through training, digital risk assessments, and awareness. That's where the future lies. At IIK, we believe collaboration is our strongest firewall. When institutions like NCBA Insurance lead such response to threats, but stay 2 steps ahead of them. As we deliberate today, let's think beyond technology. Let's think of people, let's think of processes, and let's partner, because cybersecurity is not an IT issue anymore, it's a business survival issue, a leadership issue, and above all, a trust issue. Let me add with this. The same way fire insurance back then gave us the confidence to rebuild, the cyber insurance and digital resilience will give our generation the courage to innovate boldly. Thank you, and I wish you a fruitful discussion. Thank you. I think we are all aware that the Insurance Institute of Kenya conference is happening in Mombasa this week, and therefore, if you see me walking out, I have a flight to catch at exactly noon, so wish you fruitful discussions. I might not be here to the end. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Let's appreciate her. Tumpigieni makofi tafadhali. And asante sana. Let's do a quick check-in, all right? Let's do a quick check-in even as we continue with the program. By show of hands, who among us read word by word the terms and conditions of their last insurance policy? By show of hands. Word by word. By show of hands. All right? Thank you so much. Very nice. Let's appreciate this gentleman. Pigeni makofi tafadhali. And you see, just as I thought, of course, that is the discussion that we are having. A room full of honest people. That's why we are here to make sure that we have this insurance more understandable to each and every one of us. So I want us to appreciate NCBA Insurance Group for putting this together. Wapigieni makofi tafadhali. Asante sana. As we move forward, of course, with this program, allow me to invite Assistant IRA Manager for Enforcement, that is none other than Mr. Brian Ombui, who is joining us right now for his remarks. Mpigeni makofi as he comes up on stage tafadhali.
Good morning. Stella Njunge, Managing Director and CEO of NCBA Insurance, distinguished guests, industry leaders and partners, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Brian Ombui. I'm from the Insurance Regulatory Authority, and I have the honor of representing the Commissioner of Insurance and CEO of the IRA, Mr. Godfrey Kiptum, who was unable to join us today. I will now deliver his remarks for this important occasion. It is a great honor to join you this morning at the inaugural NCBA Insurance Regional Cybersecurity Conference. Allow me to commend NCBA Insurance, for convening this timely gathering under the theme, Bridging the Gap, Demystifying Insurance, Cyber Insurance for the Digital Age. The rapid growth of digital platforms has transformed how we deliver insurance and financial services. Efficiency and reach have improved. Yet, with these gains come new vulnerabilities. Data breaches, ransomware, fraud, operational disruptions are no longer distant threats. They are realities we must confront. These risks extend beyond technology. They affect consumer protection, financial stability, and ultimately, institutional resilience. Cyber insurance has emerged as one tool to mitigate these exposures. It can help transfer part of the exposure, but is not a substitute for sound cyber risk management. Challenges still remain. Awareness is still low, uptake is still low, reliability of data is scarce. In addition, policy terms can be complex. A systemic incident may hit many companies at once, and smaller businesses will struggle to access cover and even survive. For the authority, this development raises important supervisory concerns. Products must be transparent. Policyholders must be treated fairly. Therefore, insurers must remain sound. Cyber insurance, like any other line of business, must be offered responsibly and sustainably. In this regard, the authority has taken steps. In June 2025, we issued a guidance on cybersecurity for the insurance industry. It set out minimum expectations on governance, risk management, incident reporting, oversight of third parties. Beyond this, we are also establishing a Security Operations Center, and specifically a cybersecurity division. This specialized unit will monitor threats, investigate incidents, coordinate responses, and use intelligence to anticipate risks. It will maintain structured reporting frameworks and lead post-incident reviews. Our goal is to strengthen supervisory capacity and provide a consistent and forward-looking approach to managing cyber threats. Ladies and gentlemen, cyber insurance should be seen as part of a wider framework for resilience. Insurance must first build strong internal systems. They must invest in their data and analytics. They must also be clear with policyholders on their product offerings and including exceptions. Only with these foundations can cyber insurance play its rightful role in safeguarding market stability and building trust. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference provides a timely opportunity for dialogue, but it should also serve as a springboard for action. Cyber risks are dynamic and systemic. Addressing them requires collective resolve, continuous vigilance, and shared responsibility between regulators, insurers, and all stakeholders. The authority will continue to discharge its mandate of protecting policyholders and safeguarding sector stability. But the resilience of this sector depends on all of us. By working together with purpose and responsibility, we can safeguard not only the stability of our industry, but also the trust of the policyholders and communities we serve. Thank you.
All right, of course we are cruising nicely and we want to appreciate him. Pigieni makofi tafadhali Of course, Brian Ombui, Assistant Manager for Enforcement, and from IRA, just making his remarks. And I just want to remind you that at some point in this program, we're going to have a very engaging panel discussion on technology in the cyber age, all the technological trends that we are having. We're going to have that panel discussion coming up. So I want you to gear up for it. And remember that we've been provided with pens and papers so that we can draft every question that you might want to ask. We have the entire NCBA insurance machinery here for all your questions, including the products that you'd want to ask any questions of. And I know that everyone will leave this place better than they came. Ladies and gentlemen, I want us to proceed, of course, to our keynote speaker. But the person that I want to invite, our keynote speaker, is none other than Madam Stella. So I want to invite Madam Stella back on stage to just bring on board our keynote speaker. And I know that we're going to have a very, very interesting discussion and having a good time listening to our keynote speaker. Pigeni makofi as she comes back on stage, tafadhali. All right, you know, with an insurance event, you cannot miss any detail. And that's why, of course, you see Madam Stella just making sure that she captures everything as intended. Pigeni makofi one more time.
So thank you again. I have the privilege of inviting Dr. Kajwang to come and share his keynote address. You know, Daktari, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 qualifications. But let me just read them. He is a PhD. He has an MBS from the Kenyan government. He is a chartered insurer for ACII. AIRM. Okay, he'll come and share with us. FIIU, FIIK, CPT, and a risk management consultant. He is a recipient and of the presidential honor to the prestigious rank of the Moran of the Order of the Burning Spear by His Excellency the President during the 60th Jamhuri Day celebrations. He's currently a council member of the Africa Re Foundation, which is one of the bodies of the African Union. He is the immediate former president of the African Insurance Organization and former chairman of the Association of Insurance Trainers Educators in Africa under the same body. He currently sits in the board of Africa Insurance Organization Foundation. He's an executive board member and chairs the Human Resource Committee of the Organization of East and Central Africa Insurance, commonly known as OSI. He's currently serving as a board member and chairman of the Technical Committee of the Policyholders Compensation Fund, PCF, in Kenya. Has authored 9 books and written over 70 publications in the financial sector, with more emphasis on insurance in different international academic journals. He has also been the team leader for the Regional Study on Development of Insurance Certification Program by the East African Community, Financial Sector Development and Regionalization, Project 1, and a member of FARMD, the Global Forum for Agriculture Risk Management in Development, which is an arm of the World Bank. He has also been a jurist for the Champions of Governance, we call it COG here in Kenya, award, Institute of Certified Public Secretaries of Kenya, the Think Business Insurance Awards, and the Association of Insurance Brokers of Kenya, commonly known as AIBK, and the BIMA Awards. He has and continues to present papers in several forums, locally and internationally, and has been feted by local Kenyan dailies as the transformative Chief Executive Officer with Golden Hands on innovation, transformation, leadership, and strategy, and notably in our national newspaper, The Daily Nation, and The Business Daily, and has several publications in both local and international journals. He holds a Doctor of Philosophy in Strategic Management, is a chartered insurer of the CII in London, and a fellow of several insurance institutes. He is also an associate of the Institute of Risk Management in the UK. Dr. Kajwang has cemented his visionary leadership by developing the state-of-art, world-class, 5-star convention center that is located at our College of Insurance premises in an area known as South Sea in Nairobi, with conference and accommodation facilities that caters for the growing demand for meetings, incentives, and conventions and exhibitions, and was the host of the 48th AIO Conference and General Assembly at the Edge Hotel and Convention Center. And finally, Dr. Kajwang is currently the Director and CEO of the College of Insurance, Kenya. He has had a distinguished career in the insurance industry, part of which was in AIG Kenya. In fact, I think, Dr. it was your first official insurance job, spanning over 2 decades, where he has held senior positions in broking, insurance, and reinsurance companies. So with that, I welcome you to the stage. Dr. Kajwang, feel most welcome.
Sorry, I didn't know, the Marriott is a very tall building in Nairobi, but I had no idea that the podium is a little bit short. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning once more. For those interacting with me the very first time, this is Dr. Ben Kajwang. I believe a number of people here in Kenya already know me, but I think for the sake of good order, the Group Managing Director, the Adele Group, the MD of AIG, esteemed industry colleagues, leaders, the cybersecurity professionals. It is a great privilege to address you today at this critical juncture when the insurance industry stands at crossroads of digital transformation and accelerating cyber threats. As we embrace innovation, we must confront the evolving risks that come with it. And I also want to indicate, just as already indicated by Stella, I happen to be giving a lot of speeches, and I just arrived 2-3 hours ago. So just in case my voice is not very good the way you know it, just know that I still have those other small things. So the insurance sector has undergone a remarkable evolution from paper-based processes of artificial intelligence-driven underwriting, from in-person claims, digital first customer experiences. Technology has become the backbone of our operations. But with the transformation comes a few realities. One, the cybersecurity are no longer a threat to what we call a distant concern, but they are a daily business risks. And I want to indicate that I was honored to have been informed by my sister here that I also need to come and also just share a little bit of my thoughts. But I also want to indicate from the word go, just when she was giving a brief description of Ben Kajwang, I belong to the other generation. So I'm a little bit monologue. And therefore, when we're talking about cybersecurity, we have the experts here, and I believe they're the ones who are going to give us the nitty-gritties. But I had just a few points for our thought process. So I just wanted us to consider that the threats we face are ransomware attacks, targeting insurance and reinsurance, disrupting operations and compromising sensitive data. At the same time, data breaches exposing vast amounts of personally identifiable information, leading to what we refer to as regulatory fines and reputational damage. 3 is fraudulent claims and identity theft, increasingly facilitated by what we refer to as artificially generated deepfakes and synthetic identities. And of course, we are talking about third-party and supply chain vulnerabilities, especially from insurtech partners and cloud service providers. And therefore, I want to indicate that the insurance industry is now amongst the top targets for the cyber criminals, because we are custodians of highly vulnerable data. And I want to take this opportunity, as already mentioned by Alice Njoroge, who I can see it's already working out, that when we're talking about cyber security, cyber risk insurance, basically we talk about AIG. And of course, I'm aware that a number of players here also underwrite the same risk. But I also want to confess that from where we sit at the College of Insurance as trainers, when we wanted to introduce this particular program, we had to sought expertise from our sister here, the AIG group. And I want to say thank you very much, and I believe they deserve a hand of applause. Because they have not just decided to keep the knowledge amongst themselves, but they have decided that the knowledge gets to everybody so that all of us can play in that space. So from where we sit, our role is to sell knowledge. So we sell knowledge to everybody, but at times we don't have that knowledge with us. So we got that expertise from the AIG group. And therefore I want to thank AIG for having embraced or thought of developing what we refer to as a cyber insurance, and having now complied with the regulatory requirements, and was already indicated by Madam Stella, I think they're the very first company to have now formally notified the regulator and complied with all those requirements. And I want to say that cyber risk, this is probably one of the risks where we categorize them, especially at the continental level, when we are talking about risk volatility, risk complexity, and it is one of the risks which has emerged and poses or presents a situation where it will be the inward thing. I think going forward, it may be even more, it will be compulsory as opposed to even to motor insurance, even whereas motor insurance is spelled in the office of the regulator or by the government that you must have motor insurance. But I think without even the government intervention going forward, cyber risk will more or less become compulsory. So I just want to indicate that AIG has led by example to ensure that this risk, rather they've developed a cover for this particular risk, and at the same time ensuring that is given to what we call the customers. And I want just to conclude by saying that at the continent, that is Africa, a number of initiatives are in place at the moment, and we will be in Harare, Zimbabwe, from Sunday, and one of the topics to be discussed is cyber security from the reinsurance perspective. And therefore, this particular discussion which has come at this particular time here in Kenya is very, very instrumental. And even within the continent, at times we underestimate ourselves as Kenyans or as a country. But I'm sure for those of you who attend those forums, you are aware that Kenya is always used as an example within the continent, especially in terms of innovation, in terms of leading, in terms of premium growth, and in terms of professional expertise. And I want to conclude by saying that in my early years, as already mentioned by Stella, I spent my career, I think I was developed by AIG. So I remain AIG up to today. Those were several years ago, but you can see me over here. I still remain young. I think I'm turning 46 tomorrow. Anyway, that is just on a light note. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure that we are all gathered here to listen to the Adili group, the experts, so that we can get the knowledge and move our society together. And I want to say that wherever you are, whatever role you're playing, whatever sphere you are, it is always indicated that try to champion, try as much as possible to cause the greatest impact to the greatest number of the greatest people to the greatest extent, so that when you leave, you have a legacy whereby others can emulate. And of course, after leaving, whatever you are doing now or moving to another thing altogether, you can all be remembered. That is when we can have a society that is able to move forward. That is when we'll have a society that future generations can depend on. That is when we are going to have a society where people believe that there is hope. There is no way you can spread hope when you are in a state of hopelessness. And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for inviting me to be here. Asanteni sana.
Let's appreciate our keynote speaker. Tumpigieni makofi tafadhali. And like I said before, we have an amazing team that we are working with. And when they noticed, of course, that we needed an extra microphone, they made sure that it is here. Let's appreciate our media team, tafadhali, for doing an amazing job as well. And we want to say a very big thank you, of course, to our keynote speaker for such an amazing speech that we have given. Like I told you before, remember that this one is just geared towards a panel discussion that we will have later. We have an amazing team of panelists that will join us here later on to discuss some of the industry trends that are coming up and even to see what are some of the technology that are going to come, of course, in the cyber age. Even as we continue with this program, allow me to bring somebody that will discuss on the cyber, why cyber is important, and of course on coverage and enhancement. The person I'm talking about is of course from AIG and is none other than Philip Andrews Pound, who is here with us. Welcome him to make his remarks. Mpigeni makofi as he comes on stage.
Hi, good morning everyone. Hopefully I've got my presentation about to load. Cyber underwriter, but still have IT problems. So, it's okay. It's a good start. There we go. Apologies for that. Good morning, everyone. Firstly, I'd just like to say thank you so much for joining. It's really great to see this many people attending a cyber seminar. I think go back to, say, 2 years ago, this room would have been maybe a quarter full. So it's really great to see this many people with an interest in cyber insurance. So thank you so much for joining. NCBA as well, thank you so much for inviting us and hosting, and also referring to me as the cyber expert. So it means a lot, so thank you. I know that I think I'm the presentation before the tea break. There's quite a lot to cover, but I don't want to get in the way of your teas and coffees, so I will run this through. And if there's any questions, we can either wait to the end, or I will be outside after the event, so please grab me and feel free to ask me any questions. So, starting with the agenda. I want to talk about AIG's end-to-end risk management solutions to begin with. Now, at AIG, we see ourselves more than just an insurance company. We actually want to be more like a consultant to our clients. We want to work with them all the way through prevention. So making sure that actually a claim doesn't happen. So what can we do with that? We've got a cyber risk advisory team that I'll talk a little bit more about in the next couple of slides that we partner with and that works with our insureds to actually try and mitigate an incident actually occurring in the first place. Then we need to make sure that the adequate coverage is actually in place. So if there is a cyber incident, we've got the broadest coverage and the coverage is adequate enough for our clients. And then finally, ensuring that we have the claims expertise, but also a breach response on the standby, just in case if there is an incident, we have the right expertise to cover this. I want to talk a little bit about threat actors, because I think it's a bit of a common misconception that a lot of people think of threat actors maybe as just criminals. But there's lots of different types of threat actors, and we're going to talk a little bit about them in the next couple of slides. Then I want to talk about the Cyber Edge product, so the coverages specifically, and what makes AIG Cyber Edge product unique, and some of the unique selling points as part of the product. I then want to touch on the underwriting process and underwriting considerations, so all the way through to receiving our submissions. What specific information do we actually need? What are we looking for in our submissions? And then the actual process it takes to underwrite these risks. And then finally, I just want to talk through a quick ransomware incident which actually happened with one of AIG's clients about 6 months back. It goes over 14 days, but I think it's really relevant for some of the points I'm going to mention in the presentation and how it's tied back to actually how we deal with a ransomware incident. So I want to touch on that briefly. As I said, if there's time at the end, we can do some questions, or if not, I'll be outside, so please grab me and feel free to ask any questions. Okay, so to begin with, as I said, AIG, we see ourselves more as a consultant than just an insurance company. So we want to provide a real end-to-end risk management solution approach. And that really starts with prevention. So what can we do to actually ensure that an incident doesn't happen at the start? And I think this was actually touched on a little bit earlier, but we have a cyber risk advisory team, which is made of ex-security consultants, and they're part of AIG's team, and they're dotted all around the world. And we involve them into a lot of our discussions with our clients, and they provide a lot of additional services which come complementary when you purchase a policy with us. Things such as a consultation. So we can have like a 1 to 2 hour consultation with our clients. We'll review the ransomware forms or the proposal forms. We'll give advice on what security improvements can be made. Or it could be a fact that we're actually just reporting and giving them information on some trends that we're seeing in the market. They can use that information to potentially make improvements to their security maturity. And then moving on to insurance coverage. So AIG is one of the broadest coverages in the market, if not the broadest coverage, covering everything from first party to third party. And we'll touch on some of them coverages in a bit more detail as we continue. And then finally, the breach resolution team. So ensuring that we've, number one, got the right claims team available and that they've got the expertise in dealing with these complex incidents. I'm not sure if anyone's ever experienced or been involved in a cyber incident, but it's an incredibly stressful time. If you can imagine the dependency that we all have on technology now, if that all of a sudden stops working and you're unable to work, it's incredibly stressful, and clients sometimes don't know how to react. So ensuring that they've got a partner such as ourselves, which they can contact 24/7, and that will be on standby, is really critical for us. So moving on to the threat actors, as I said at the start, I think it's a bit of a common misconception that a lot of people just associate threat actors with criminals only. Now, definitely criminals are a big part of it, and they're definitely a threat actor, and it's definitely something we need to consider and be aware of. So criminals, really, when we talk about criminals, we're talking about those that are mainly driven by a financial purpose. The whole intention is to make money from their cyber attack. Now, this could be taking or identifying a client, holding them to ransom, demanding payment, and then moving on. That's really how these actors operate. They just want to make as much money as they can, and they want to move on. That's their whole purpose. Now, quite interestingly as well, if you go onto the dark web or you read some of the news articles, they're becoming a lot more sophisticated now as well. And there's actually groups which specialize in different parts of cybersecurity. So there'll be a reconnaissance team, for example, of a threat actor. There'll be a social engineering team, and then there'll be a specialist purely within ransomware. And these groups are actually forming together to create gangs. So they're becoming a lot more sophisticated, and it's a lot more complex now. So it's something which we need to be aware of, and for me, it's really quite concerning as well. We then have the next group actor, which is the hacktivists. Now, these actors are here to promote political, social, or ideological causes, rather than just for personal gain. So these actors, they're not bothered about the finances side. They're there purely to draw attention to issues. They want to protest or they want to cause disruption about something which potentially they don't agree with. Now, examples of this type of attack could be website defacement. They could hack into a website and they could disrupt the website, or they could post a banner or something which they're not agreeing with, but it's there causing disruption and it's there to promote their message. It could be something like a DDoS attack. So if there's, again, a client or there's an insured or a victim and it's something which they're doing which they don't believe in, they could flood the servers with a lot of traffic and cause that company to go down for a temporary basis, again, just promoting a message which they're trying to send. I think an example really of this is to do with like the WikiLeaks group with Julian Assange, who infiltrated all the data and then decided to release it to individuals because he thought that people should be aware of this. There was no real financial gain for him to make out of that, but he wanted to promote a message. The next threat actor group we have is spies. So this comes really among the espionage. So this happens in two ways. It can be via the government, and it can also be corporation as well. So government, they could be spying. They could want to know about potential economic politics. But it could also be corporate as well. So maybe there's some trade secrets, or there's some intellectual property, or maybe there's some secret code which they're trying to attack, they're trying to find out, they're trying to use it to their advantage. So these are also threat actor groups we need to be aware of. The next one for me is really the one that I find the most concerning, is the military. And this can come in, I guess, when we start talking about cyber warfare. If you were to look back to the ages, 20, 30, 50, 100 years back on how war was performed, it was very different to how it's going to be now. They're going to be countries who are attacking each other via cyber. And now this for me is really worrying, because we live in a world which is very dependent but also very interconnected. Everything that we do is really interconnected. We're very reliant on certain outsourced service providers or certain companies. If these companies are attacked and they impact us, it's going to have a terrible effect. So this is something we need to be aware of. Insiders, I think sometimes people forget about the insider threat, and this can be two different ways. This can be intentional, and it can also be non-intentional. So obviously with intentional threat actors as insiders, these are the employees. They're there, they're going to steal information, they're going to steal secrets. And they're probably going to go to another company and sell that, or they're going to use it for their own advantage. But then we have the non-intentional employee threat actors as well. And these are the employees which, just like us, minding their own business and accidentally click on that malicious link which brings down a network. They've got absolutely no intention of causing this harm, but they're really the weak link of a company. And so they're definitely something to be aware of. And finally, the terrorist organisations. Kind of a little bit like the military, but these are here to really cause fear and widespread disruption. So this threat actor group, they're going to typically disrupt your critical infrastructure. So again, as everything is so interconnected, think about oil, gas, it could be electricity, it could be water supplies. These terrorist groups, they're going to go after there, they're going to target them. And again, if they are successful in this, the disruption which they're going to cause is going to be catastrophic. So moving on to a typical kind of cyber edge wording and really a quote schedule and how we typically have our coverage set out. So this is all the way through to third party, all the way to first party. So as you can see, you've got your security and privacy liability, then your network interruption, and we'll go into a little bit more detail on all these different coverages, but we further broaden network interruption into all these different areas, so system failure, security failure, and also coverage for any outsourced service providers. Your event management and your cyber extortion, or otherwise known as ransomware, and then also your loss prevention services. So that, again, I mentioned at the start, these are your complementary services which AIG offer when a policy is taken out, but we'll dive into that in a little bit more detail. So security and privacy liability. So your third-party liability cover, typically. Now this is going to respond to those third-party liability claims arising from a network security failure. Now, I like to think of this as really, data nowadays is really the new currency. If you think of all the large companies, the multi-million, billion-dollar corporations, the one thing which is typical around them is their reliance on data. And now due to this, it's brought in a lot more regulatory pressure. And also non-compliance with that is leading to things such as fines, reputational damage, and potential lawsuits as well. So this coverage really is there to defend against these lawsuits. So if you're a company and you're collecting data about individuals, potentially you've got a responsibility for that data. If you're attacked and that data is breached, you might have to notify these individuals. But also you can be open to lawsuits. So again, this coverage is there to defend against these things. Potential insurable fines if we look at Europe and GDPR. But also any judgments and settlements which a court might hold against the insured. I think this particular coverage is really overlooked at the moment, especially where Certainly in, say, for example, I write a lot of business in the GCC as well. And the regulation is not quite there in some of the countries, but it's growing, and we speak with a lot of law firms, and it's something which is going to be a lot more prevalent over the next few years. So it's definitely something we need to be aware of, and definitely with the larger organisations that are really processing, storing and collecting this data. The next coverage, network interruption. Now this is a loss of income of a business when operations are disrupted. I like to use a typical example here as like a manufacturing company. So a manufacturing company, they might have a plant, they're building a product, they're disrupted due to some sort of cyber attack, which means they are unable to continue building, which means that they're going to start losing income and losing profit. This really is where this coverage is going to be triggered. But as I said, we go broader than that. We go broader than just the security failure of an insured, say, OT network or their IT network. And when I say OT network, I mean an operational technology network, so the network that they're depending on to produce these goods. We offer a system failure coverage as well. So for example, if there's like a code which tries to get deployed and it causes the systems to crash, that is also going to be covered under our network interruption cover. Furthermore, we broaden that to also cover the OSPs. So these are your outsourced service providers. Now, companies now are becoming a lot more dependent on outsourced service providers. It could just be for budget reasons, or it could just be for the specialties. So they're outsourcing a lot more of their security, or their data, or possibly even some of their hosting. And this brings a real big threat, not just to the company, because they not typically know what security controls that they've got in place, but also as insurers as well, because it's very difficult now for us to underwrite against an outsourced service provider. We can ask our insureds for ransomware forms, proposal forms, for example, but we can't ask these for our outsourced service providers. So it's a big issue for us, but we do realise it's something that we also need to cover in a cyber insurance policy, so we do provide it. I think a good example of OSP system failure is the quite recent one. I think it was in 2024 with CrowdStrike. And they had the CrowdStrike blue screen of death in 2024. And it was basically a faulty update which they released, but it impacted a lot of companies. And again, this just shows that dependency that we have on these outsourced service providers. I think someone mentioned earlier about the systemic risks. So, you know, one incident to one major company that everyone's dependent on can have catastrophic effects to a lot of other clients. And actually, a more recent one, if anyone was aware of the incident which happened across the UK, was with Jaguar and Land Rover, and that's another really good example of network interruption where their networks were impacted and their OT environment was impacted, so they were unable to continue manufacturing. So you're talking about millions and millions of dollars in loss of profit and loss of income during that time. The next coverage, cyber extortion, or commonly known as ransomware. So this is not just going to cover the cost or potential cost of a ransom payment, but I think what's really important about this coverage is actually it's going to cover the expertise and the experts in dealing with this. So AIG partner with a lot of different companies that are expertise in ransom negotiation and ransom payments as well, but altogether advice. You know, it's not typical for an IT company or any members of a company to ever really have much dealings with a ransom threat actor. So there's going to be a lot of questions. You know, how do we actually communicate with these groups? How do we make the payment? Should we make the payment? There's a lot of different questions, or even how do we make the payment? Typically, it's going to be in some form of cryptocurrency like Bitcoin, but it's a lot more technical, and it's not as easy just to make these sorts of payments to these groups. So we have this coverage to provide these expertise. And I think a really good example of actually where having these experts happened and it was about 6 or 7 months ago. We had an incident with one of our clients, and they rang our breach response number and notified us that there had been a ransomware incident, or there had been a ransom demand on their systems. So we got the necessary parties in place. We partnered with our cyber extortion specialists, and upon review of the actual the note or the demand, the company actually advised that this was actually a fraudulent ransomware note. So this company was pretending to be a ransomware group, and they basically emailed or sent a message to a company to say, we've encrypted a large amount of data and we require this amount of payment, but they actually hadn't even encrypted that. Now, without them expertise, or without knowing someone who's used to the type of format that these groups operate in, Potentially, they might have just made the payment because they were worried or they were scared. But they received that advice and they were able to get their operations continue to run again. And then moving on, I guess, to the main core, or the last of the main core coverages, which is event management. So this is really there to get a company back up and running if an incident does occur. So things like this include your legal expenses. So having a legal team to provide that advice. IT expenses, again, we partner with a lot of IT vendors, and they're there to actually identify what has occurred, what has actually been compromised, and what needs to be done to contain that incident. So it's all well and good knowing that you've got an incident, but how do we actually patch this? So is there a vulnerability that we need to patch, or how can we actually get our systems up and running and not get attacked the same way again? So they're providing all them expertise and that advice. Data recovery expenses. So if data has been impacted, they're there to restore, recreate, repair, and recollect this lost or damaged, corrupted data. Again, if you're holding thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of records of data, this is going to take a long time and it's going to cost a lot of money. So this is all part of your event management coverage. And reputational protection expenses, I've heard this a few times as well. It's something which is often neglected or forgotten about as part of cyber insurance, but you do have that reputation as a company. And you know, if you're attacked if a cyber attack and impacts an insured, and due to that is a breach of all this data, that is going to have a huge impact on the company's reputation. So having a public relations advisor on board to make any media announcements or any speeches or anything on their website, that's also picked up, as well as notification expenses. Again, depending on the laws and regulations in the particular country, there might be a rule in place that you have to notify the individuals that have had their data breached. And again, if it's only a small number of individuals, it might not take that long or it might not cost much money. But if you're talking about hundreds of thousands or millions of records, it gets very costly, it gets very expensive. And then finally, we have the credit monitoring and ID monitoring as well. So this is there just to, if PCI data or PII data is impacted, making sure there's no fraud which is conducted to that individual. And then I want to touch on actually the first response, which is one of the unique selling points of AIG's Cyber Edge product. It's something which no other client I'm aware of is offering at the moment, or not in the same way which AIG offers it. So our first response is anything from 48 hours to 72 hours. Now the 48 hours is for any clients which are under 500 million in revenues. 72 hours of first response coverage is for all those that are over 500 million in revenues. And what this really is I'll use an example and explain it through that. If an insured even suspects an incident, or if there is actually a breach, there's an AIG hotline number. It's 24/7, they can contact that number. Initial details will be picked up, and then they'll be passed on to one of our legal vendors. The legal vendor will call the insured back within an SLA of 1 hour, but we've spoken to them, they reassure us it's more likely to be 5, 10, 15 minutes because we understand that urgency is the forefront of definitely a cyber incident. Once that legal firm calls the insured, they then understand what has actually happened. Is this, for example, a ransomware incident? If it is, the legal firm then includes all those parties that also need to be there. So it could be the cyber extortion specialist, it could be the PR specialist as well. Then another call is hosted. Now, if this incident is managed to be contained, and we've seen it multiple times, if we've managed to contain that, say, for example, within 72 hours, there is no retention that has to be paid on the policy, and it doesn't impact the policy limit at all. It is purely funded and paid by AIG. And this is actually something which can be used multiple times on a policy. It's not a one-stage shop. It doesn't have to be used, or it can't not be used multiple times. And the message we're really trying to send here is even if there is a thing such as a suspicious incident, we want that number to be called, because the earlier we can get the experts in place, the quicker we can resolve it, the quicker we can get our insureds back up and running. It's all about speed with these sort of cyber incidents. And our loss prevention services. So, power? Okay, do you want me to continue? Okay, all right. I think Stella has a copy of some of this, so we can always, and we've got a lot of marketing material which we can also share. So the loss prevention services, as I mentioned a little bit earlier on, these are really a whole host of complementary services which we offer to our insureds once they purchase a policy with AIG. Now, we also partner with a lot of vendors that give complementary rates as well. So, oh, there we go. Okay, I'm just going to continue while they sort that out. So companies such as CrowdStrike, CyberArk, we partner with these vendors so we can get preferable rates as well. But the complementary tools that we offer, things such as cybersecurity awareness training or phishing simulations, these are all free for our insureds. Again, having a consultation with our cyber risk advisory team, these are things which aren't necessarily going to they will not penalise an insured if they decide not to use these, but they're just additional services. And even the clients that we partner with, which are multi-billion-dollar companies, they've got the best-in-class security controls. They still want to know what our cybersecurity team, what trends we're seeing in the market, what's happening from an insurance perspective, what sort of claims are we seeing, and we can fill that information back to them, and then they can make changes as they see fit. So really important for us as an additional service, and not just being an insurer, but as I said, more of like that consultant as well. So moving on to the underwriting process. So this is really all the way through to receiving our submission and all the way through to hopefully quoting and binding a policy. So typically, when we receive a submission, we will usually ask for the ransomware AIG ransomware form. The reason being is we've got internal controls and tools which can basically decide whether or it can calculate if an insured is below average on their controls or if they're best in class. But we do appreciate that as the market changes sometimes, that it's a lot more difficult to get particular forms. And so we do consider other carriers' ransomware forms and proposal forms as well. We'll obviously always prefer the AIG one, but the AIG one is very long, it's very extensive. If they've already filled out multiple other carriers, then there might be a little bit of pushback. And from what we've seen in the past, we want to try and make this as seamless as possible. So we will consider other carriers as well. Once we receive these forms, we'll then perform an internal clearance or like a sanctions check. We'll also make sure there's no aggregation issues. So, for example, make sure we're not writing a subsidiary in another company and that we are writing it from the parent down. Then we perform external clearance. So we partner with a company called BitSight, and they do a external scan of the insured. So that can pick up any open ports, any vulnerabilities which we can pass on to our insureds for them to be aware. It could be something that as a subjectivity to providing a quote, we say that we need X, Y, and Z to be patched. Then we perform the ransomware review. If it's required, we will also include our cyber risk advisory team, certainly for those more complex, large conglomerate accounts, then we can include them. And we get a lot more pushback, certainly with the small and medium-sized markets. It's a little bit more transactional. They kind of just want the quote, they want to pay for it, they want to go. But with the larger clients, they kind of want to feel a little bit more extra benefit. So including our cyber risk advisory team, and again, providing that expertise, has been very, very valuable. And then to finish, we provide the quotation. So I've broken some underwriting considerations down on how we analyse and review. So to begin with, industry and organisational. So industry classification, as a company, there's not really much from an industry perspective we can't insure. Obviously, some industries definitely are more high risk than others, and that is just purely due to what we see from a claims perspective, or it could be the fact that they have a lot of people have a lot of dependency. It could be that they collect a large number of data and records. But across the industry, there's not really much that we can't insure. And revenue as well. We insure very small companies, just a few $100,000 in revenues, all the way up to multi-billion giants as well. So revenue is something which we consider. Revenue for me is an interesting one as well, because obviously the larger companies potentially have more of a business interruption impact. So these large companies, if their income is multi-millions, if not billions, if they're impacted, their business income issue or their BI is going to be significantly more. However, they do typically also have a much larger spend on their cyber security as well. where you've got the SME clients where, okay, they might not have as much from an income, but they also might, unfortunately, not be able to invest as much on the cybersecurity controls as well. Sorry, just apologies for that. And then we look at the corporate structure as well. So as a company, we usually, or what we always like to do is to insure from the headquartered or the parent company down. Now, we do see a lot of submissions across our remit, and it will be for, say, a subsidiary where they've actually got a headquartered company outside of our remit. Now, that, for us, provides a lot of difficulty when underwriting it. So the reason for that being is if a subsidiary is based, say, for example, in Kenya, but they're headquartered in Europe, but they only want coverage for Kenya, and there is interconnectivity with their networks, and there is a cyber incident in Europe, and the threat actor manages to laterally move across the network, it's very difficult for us as an insurance company to prove that that initial attack was from outside of Kenya. So we will typically always insure from the parent company and then pick up all the subsidiaries. We also look at it from an IT security perspective and if it's centrally managed. So usually with a parent company, they'll have a centrally managed IT organization. So they'll have all the controls in place and then all the subsidiaries will follow them security controls. Sometimes they might be independent, so we have to be aware of that. Are they independent? Is one subsidiary independent and they decide their own cybersecurity controls rather than the parent? Potentially, but they might not be as mature from a security perspective. So these are other things which we need to think about. And also the important one for me is any recent acquisitions. So acquisitions is something that we have seen for a number of recent incidents, actually. And this could be that we're currently insuring a large client and they're acquiring possibly a smaller company. The insured company that we're currently insuring, or the company that we're currently insuring, has best-in-class security controls, but the company that they're actually acquiring has much less maturity. And what we want to know is how long is it going to take for them to integrate them into the controls to be up to par with that company. And what we've seen is if that's actually going to take like a year or 2 years, they've actually been breached within that time, and potentially under our wording, we could be picking up that subsidiary of the new acquired company as well. So being mindful of that is really important. A claims history analysis. So obviously we want to know if there's been any past claims in the last 3 to 5 years. Now we are an insurance company, so we are here to pay claims, right? So we're not necessarily going to decline an insured because they've had an incident, but it's really for us all about how they've handled that. Have they done the appropriate controls? Are the appropriate controls in place to ensure that this doesn't happen again? We've seen it from a few clients where they've had the incident and they still haven't patched that vulnerability, and then 6 months down the line they've been attacked again. So ensuring that the actual correct remediation efforts and steps have been taken is very important when looking at it from a claims perspective. The exposures I've broken down into 3 different areas, all the way from data exposure, third-party exposure, and also, if it's applicable, operational technology exposure as well. So starting from the data exposure, we kind of covered this a little bit on the third-party liability piece, but we want to know what types of data they're holding. Is this critical and sensitive data? Is this things such as PII records, personal information records? Is this credit card information, PCI records? Or is this healthcare records, PHI records? If they are holding this, what controls are in place? Is it encrypted? Is it segmented? Are there backups? We're going to ask a lot more questions about this. And we've seen a lot of insureds as well which have multi-millions of records, and they're all residing on one network. And if that is to be breached, potentially the threat actor has access to all of these records. Then there's the third-party exposure, and again, this was mentioned briefly at the start of the conference, and I mentioned it, I think, a little bit earlier on, but that third-party exposure of outsourcing, we are definitely getting more reliant on other companies, as I said, due to expertise, due to budgets, but when we look at that, what sort of due diligence is actually being done to them vendors? Are they actually checking that they've got certain controls in place? Are there contracts in place where if that vendor is to be impacted, that there's going to be some sort of indemnification clause? And also, what kind of access management is there for these third parties? So we see it commonly. Third parties usually have access to a network, and what controls are actually in place for that third party when accessing the network? Is there multi-factor authentication in place? And then finally, operational technology. So as I mentioned, for like a manufacturing perspective, These are the OT environments that are actually producing the goods. What we like to know is that this is actually isolated and segmented from the main IT network. The reason being is if the main IT network is impacted, can they then laterally move over and impact the OT network? From a ransomware perspective, that's probably something which they're going to want to do because they're going to want to disrupt. And the best way of doing that is disrupting a manufacturer's operational technology environment. We also typically see from an OT perspective, the controls, they might have end-of-life software. So what additional controls are in place for that end-of-life software? Again, is there MFA if there is any form of remote access for that OT environment as well? And is there some form of continued monitoring in place? We usually see a lot of attacks happen on like a Friday night or a Saturday morning. So is there like a 24/7 SOC or some sort of monitoring happening? I've broken the IT controls, which we like to see in kind of 5 different categories, from data protection and business continuity, access control, monitoring and response, risk management, threat protection and defense. So I'll briefly just go over some of these without going into too much complex detail. But data protection and business continuity, do they have a BCP or a business continuity plan in place? And also like an incident response plan in place? So if there is an incident, do they know what are the steps to make sure that they get back up and running as quickly as possible? Also, what are their recovery time objectives? If there is an incident, how quickly can they get back up and running? Obviously, from this perspective, we like to see these recovery time objectives as low as possible. And are there adequate backups? And with these backups, are they isolated? Are there controls also on the backups? You'd be amazed to know that backups are performed quite irregularly, or that there's actually not that many controls on the backups, which is it's a big concern. And then ensuring that these backups are also segmented as well. You know, are they all residing on like a flat network, or are they actually segmented away from the main IT network? Then we have access controls, so a password policy. Do they have a complex password policy? Do they have to change their passwords? With their privileged accounts, we see a lot of incidents due to overprivileged accounts. So for example, service accounts. There's no real reason some of these service accounts need what we call domain admin or enterprise admin rights, but they're there and they're overly exposed, and there's not necessarily the right controls in place for these accounts. And then I think the big one, which probably everyone has heard of if you've been writing or broking cyber insurance, is MFA for the remote access to the network. This is typically, it's going to be very difficult to even get an insurance quote, a cyber insurance quote, without having multi-factor authentication in place across the network for all remote access. Now, that isn't just for your employees, that's also for any third parties or any vendors which are accessing the network as well. Monitor and response. This sometimes for me is for a bit more of the sophisticated clients who have that budget. Certainly for like the SME product, we don't necessarily request this to be in place, but definitely having some sort of 24/7 monitoring or a SOC team, if that's internal or external, is very, very valuable, and a SIEM solution as well in place. I mentioned with the BCP having an incident response plan. We will always advise to have the first response number and the insurance policy number as part of the incident response plan. So if there is a matter, having this information at hand is really critical, just from how smooth you want it to be and how quickly you want to contain this incident. Then risk management. Are they performing vulnerability scans? How often are they performing these vulnerability scans? And if they are finding these vulnerabilities, how quickly can they patch these, especially for the critical vulnerabilities? You know, we like to see these patched as quickly as we can. We've had a lot of incidents which we've reviewed where a patch has been on the market for a long time and they just don't have a correct patch management in place, so they've just never done this. And this is critical vulnerabilities, and that was then due to their incident. And finally, threat protection and defense, having an EDR tool and endpoint detection and response, and again, segmentation. So is the insured operating on like a flat network, or are they segmenting it across like business function or across the geography? Security awareness training and phishing simulations. I think we'll talk about this quite a lot, and again, I think it was mentioned, but you can be the best in class risk, you can have the biggest budgets to spend on IT security, but ultimately the employee is still going to be the weak link in this. So having that adequate security awareness training and also some phishing simulations. We were actually speaking this morning about some companies now have actually got rules in place where if you fail a phishing simulation 3 times, there's potentially you can actually lose your job. So companies are becoming a lot more strict on this. And then I just want to, just to finish up, just quickly run through this ransomware incident. I won't go into too much detail, but it just kind of relays everything really that we've said back up to what I've ran through here. So on day one of this incident, this was a ransomware incident. So the insured then made the call to the AIG first response hotline. Norton Rose were the particular legal vendor. They were deployed and they called the insured back within the 1 hour SLA. They then got all the parties together for the next call. They then identified again that this was a ransomware incident, there was a ransomware note, and that there was potential data exfiltration that had been identified. So Kivu were the vendor here. They were then deployed to partake in any of the threat actor negotiations. The containment works while this was happening were all ongoing. Kivu then made contact with the threat actor and requested the permanent of life. So what they will do is the extortion specialist will actually request that the data that they've got is actually correct. So it could be a sample of the data. Again, containment works are still ongoing. The investigations also are ongoing to actually understand the root cause of this incident. Then the threat actor did provide proof of the life, and the ransomware demand on this was $5 million, as I said, in Bitcoin, and they gave them a time period as well in order to make this payment. The negotiations then continued, so this will happen a lot in a ransomware. So typically the amount that the ransomware group will request, that usually is negotiated very heavily. And like I said, criminal organizations, they just want to get paid, right? So for them, they'll start with 5 million. If they can get this down to 1 million, it's still $1 million that they've made. So the insured's board then met to discuss the ransomware demand and whether they should actually consider paying this amount. The data exfiltration was then confirmed, so it was confirmed that they had managed to get the data. And whilst all this was happening, they were receiving further regulatory notifications and advice from the legal team. So they did have to notify the individuals that were actually having their data infiltrated. And again, providing that advice and if there was any regulators that they needed to notify. Further threat actor negotiations took place. As you can see, this goes over several days just purely through notifications, purely for negotiations. The insured then made the decision that they wished to pay. The main operation of the systems then were resumed and external facing websites came back online. The ransomware negotiation payment in this example was negotiated down to $2 million. And this was in exchange for data, for the data to be returned back. Now, ransomware organizations as well, believe it or not, they have a reputation in the market. So if they have a reputation for holding companies to ransom, them receiving a payment and then still releasing that data, the chances of them receiving a payment again are very unlikely. So it is actually, believe it or not, in their best interest to do what is actually agreed. Not to say that I would trust the ransomware threat actor group, but they, again, like I said, they are performing like a business. And then after that, there was call centers which were set up as all part of the coverage, post notification to ensure that any credit and ID monitoring was taken place as well. So that just runs you through a bit of an example of a 14-day example of a ransomware incident, very briefly, and how our policy is triggered and exactly how it works when that incident response number is called. So I think there's going to be someone else speaking about the SME product. Is that correct? Yeah. So that's everything from my side. Lovely. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Let's appreciate him in a better way. Tumpigeni makofi tafadhali. And we still, of course, appreciate our media team for such an amazing work on the presentation as well that has been laid out properly for all of us actually to understand. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, to bring this first part of the program to a close, allow me to bring on stage, of course, our Managing Director and CEO of the NCBA Insurance Group, that is Madam Stella Njunge, to come and invite for us, of course, the Group Managing Director to make his remarks. And then, of course, from there, we will take a short break and then resume thereafter for the second part of this program. Let's appreciate our Managing Director.
Thank you, Phil. Fantastic presentation. Huh? Very, very well done. So it's my privilege to welcome on stage the Group Managing Director of NCBA Group, Mr. John Gashora. A round of applause. I think we can clap for him until he gets on stage. Eh?
Thank you, Stella. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, invited guests. Coming here after Phil's presentation, I'm not sure I can do any justice to this topic, right? I think it was really informative. Thank you, Phil. I was taking very keen interest to what you were saying, and I was thinking to myself, don't we need cybersecurity cover for individuals as well? Don't you feel so? Stella, saying we need cybersecurity cover for individuals as well, I think. Huh? Because I was thinking all the risks you are saying here, we are now faced by the same risks, right? Especially when you're running a bank and customers are, details are phished and, or they shared accidentally with their relatives, and then their relatives commit cybersecurity crime to steal money from them. It becomes very difficult to pay them. And I think that would be good coverage to have. I would certainly take it if it was available. So it's an honor for me to be here today alongside all of you who are like-minded as we chart the way forward, strengthening cybersecurity in the insurance sector. The conversations we are having are not only timely, but really urgent. October is observed as a Cybersecurity Awareness Month. It's a big October. I just came this morning from launching the Customer Service Week. So it's a big October, isn't it? We're very focused on customers from a service perspective, but also more importantly, from a cybersecurity perspective. Why does this matter? Projection from the World Economic Forum Global Cybersecurity Outlook 2025 estimate the global cost of cybercrime to reach $10.5 trillion in 2025. A significant increase from previous year. 10.5 trillion is a lot of money. Let me tell you how much that is. The GDP of the United States is $30 trillion, right? So we are saying the cost of cybersecurity this year alone is estimated to be a third of the GDP of the United States. The GDP of China is $19 trillion. So you can see we are saying almost that the cost this year will be close to the GDP of China. So this is an important topic, therefore, for us. Cybersecurity is entering an era of unprecedented complexity. Geopolitical tensions are intensifying, new technologies are emerging at breakneck speed, and threats are evolving into ever more sophisticated attack vectors. Gen AI tools are reshaping the cybercrime landscape by enabling criminals to refine their methods and automate and personalize their techniques. As digital adoption accelerates across all sectors, hackers are getting smarter in exploiting vulnerabilities. Healthcare and finance lead in breach costs. Healthcare organizations see the highest per incident costs at approximately $11 million per incident. Financial services also have high breach costs at about $6 million per incident. These statistics highlight where to focus our defenses. For example, knowing phishing leads the way means beefing up email security and training. A high breach cost suggests investing in prevention backups, patching, and quick detection, something that Phil just talked about being considerations when you're getting cyber insurance. Let's talk to the Kenyan cybersecurity landscape. According to reports by the Communication Authority of Kenya, critical sectors such as healthcare point-of-sale systems, and critical information infrastructure experienced significant disruptions. At the same time, data breaches continue to pose a serious and persistent risk, resulting in the compromise of sensitive personal, financial, and institutional data, raising concerns around data privacy, operational resilience, and compliance to regulatory frameworks. Over the period, the quarter just ended, the previous quarter, sorry, April to June of this year, the National Cyber Incident Response Team, and that's a multilateral team that was created by the Communications Authority of Kenya, detected over 4.5 billion cyber threat events over that quarter, which represented an increase of over 80% from the previous period, January to March of this year. We saw that in the banking industry. We saw a tripling, in fact, of the number of attempts that we get. We get hundreds of thousands of attempts every month, and we saw that number actually go up quite significantly during that period. Social engineering attacks, including phishing, smishing, and AI-generated deepfake scams, intensified globally and certainly within Kenya. This reality underscores why cyber resilience must be tackled as a national and industry priority. For insurers, it demands more than traditional risk transfer. It demands active engagement like we're having today, awareness building like we're having today, and tailored solutions that empower individuals and businesses to protect themselves, as Phil has demonstrated this morning. At NCBA Insurance, this reality reinforces our commitment to provide innovative and customer-centric solutions that address the evolving risk landscape. This is why we have positioned our cybersecurity insurance product as a core pillar of our offering, providing a comprehensive cover that assures our customers' business continuity, reputation support, and regulatory compliance guidance in the unfortunate event of a cyber breach. And a cyber breach is never a matter of if, it's a matter of when, isn't it? If you're in business, it's not a matter of if, it is really just a matter of when. Our mission for 2025 is defined by customer obsession. This means anticipating the unseen threats that our customers confront and engineering solutions to protect their future, to walk the journey with you. Supported by a digital at the core strategy in our operations, we have made robust investment in ensuring our infrastructure, our people, and our customers are well equipped to face the realities of today's cyber landscape. As an all-inclusive financial institution, NCBA is well positioned to integrate banking, insurance, and investment solutions all under one roof. Leveraging our group's digital-first vision and financial ecosystem, we're equipping Kenya and the region to be cyber resilient, which is what we are doing this morning, while allowing customers to chase growth with confidence in this digital economy. Through NCBA Insurance, we have embedded cybersecurity as a key pillar of protection, ensuring that businesses and individuals alike have the confidence to thrive in this well-exposed, dare I say, digital-first economy. We are strengthening trust, safeguarding livelihoods, and indeed, hopefully enabling progress. As I conclude, cyber resilience is indeed the new frontier of leadership. It calls upon each of us to not only protect our systems, but to safeguard livelihoods, reputations, and trust that binds our society. No leader in this country today can claim that they have not been victims of or have had to address a cybersecurity issue. When people ask me these days what keeps me awake, the number one item is cyber security, because of the number of people who are trying to break into our systems. The number of people who are trying to impersonate customers, right? The number of people who are to phish. You cannot get on a computer, not get an email that's asking you for some details, yeah? Pretending to be from Apple, Samsung, from the bank, from the insurance company, from somewhere else, just trying to phish your information. And those are criminals just waiting to act. Criminals are smarter than we are, unfortunately. They're smarter than we are. And they will go at whatever length to do things their own way. It's a real business. I was laughing because Phil talked about these criminals that no matter what we think of them, they're honest. That's what you said. You say, once you agree with them that for $2 million they'll delete your data. I think Phil said they would delete. How many people can say that? Huh? These are the people you're dealing with. They're not small. They're real businesses. They're trying to create trust. That's the word he used. They're trying to create trust with you, that if they tell you they'll do something, they'll do it. But one thing they'll always assure you is that they will attack you. And since Phil said we must trust them, let's trust that they'll attack us, isn't it? And let's be ready. Well, trusting they'll attack you. That's what I mean, yeah? They'll attack you. For sure they will, yeah? And therefore, I think as we launch this wonderful product through NCBA Insurance, working with AIG and others, it's important that we remember it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. And don't worry about understanding all the complex things that Phil talked about. I was looking at Phil's paper, and I'm an engineer, or I used to be, yeah? And I can't understand half what he's saying. But don't worry, you don't need to understand it. What you need to understand is someone out there understands these things so well and they're going to use it against you, against your organization. And that is why you let people who understand it, like Phil and others, protect you. Yeah? That's what this cybersecurity cover is all about. Let those who understand these criminals deal with these criminals. I think he walked through the processes, right? Soon after attack, who even responds to these criminals? The lawyers that you use are specialized lawyers, right? The data people that look at this data are specialized, but you may not have them in your organization. This cover gives you access to all that. So I think for me, it's a no-brainer cover, actually. We have had it as an organization for years. I think we were the first client of AIG, right, if I remember. NCBA was the first client of AIG before NCBA Insurance was formed, because we believe and we know that any day will be attacked. If you have never seen a message that says, pay me these bitcoins, I can tell you I've seen it. Not once, I've seen it, right? Before I knew what bitcoins was, my first message to pay on bitcoins was in 2013, I think. Somebody said, we have taken your data, we're going to expose it if you don't pay X amount of bitcoins. Looking back, if we paid what they're asking for, those people would be billionaires today, right? But, story for another day. So I think we're standing at the crossroads of risk and opportunity in this digital era. So let us choose resilience and not weakness, foresight and not complacency, and collaboration and not isolation. Work with NCBA Insurance and its partners to ensure that you can sleep well at night, worrying about building business, not worrying about these criminals who are worrying about building their businesses by attacking yours. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, thank you so much. Let's appreciate, of course, NCBA Group Managing Director, Mr. John Gashora. Tumpigieni makofi tafadhali. Let's appreciate him in a special way. And of course, as he was giving his remarks, something that stood out for all of us is that it is not a matter of if, it is a matter of when. And of course, that stood out really clearly. And I think that we are moving on nicely, especially as we are gearing up towards the panel discussion that we talked about today. Let me tell you something. Even as we are doing this, one thing that I'm reminded of every time when we are doing such events is that it is really important that we get feedback from you as well as the questions that you might be having. Remember that as the conversation is ongoing, we want to hear from you. What kind of questions do you have? Remember that we have the entire NCBA insurance machinery here. Whatever question you might be having directed to any person as well as AIG that are here, this is the opportunity. So in the next few minutes, just before we take a tea break, I would wish to ask anyone in the room that wherever you are, if you have any question whatsoever or suggestion or probably feedback of any nature in relation to what we are discussing today, this would be the time. We have an amazing team of media that is here with us. They will pass the microphone around for anyone that would have a question just before we take our first break and gear up for the second session of this program. Anyone that has a question, whoever it is. First person? Yes, there's someone over there. Kindly pass the microphone to that gentleman in glasses. Let's listen to him. Please introduce yourself, your name and the organization that you represent, and then your question directed to anyone in the room.
Hello, good morning. My name is Moses for Lucent Insurance Brokers. My question goes to Phil. I want to ask a question on network interruption, especially where the network provider is an OSP and the threat actor is military or spies. I believe that's where the government falls in. I want to give a practical example of what is going on right now. The Gen Z uprising in various parts of the world. We've seen they are coming up with campaigns on money transfers. For example, the one going on in the country at the moment, they are planning maybe to build a hospital, and then they decide we are using a certain company to transfer these funds. And then peradventure, the time that they are running that campaign, at a specific hour, the network goes off, meaning they have to source for another company to transfer the funds to. So the former company have lost the revenue. Question is that claim admissible, and to whose will that liability shift? And two, are there extra exclusions when it comes to underwriting military and military and spies as the threat actors? Are there extra exclusions just apart from the normal underwriting of the cyber insurance? Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Moses. To begin, Moses.
Thank you.
And this question, of course, was directed to Phil. I'll give you an opportunity to respond to it.
Sure. Yeah, fantastic question. Really, really great question. I guess there's a few different aspects of this. Definitely when we talk about like the military and war, there is a cyber war exclusion. Now, the cyber war exclusion is, we can't go into too much detail, and I need to be very careful, obviously, with what I say here. But it's still kind of yet to be tested, some of the cyber exclusions, and it really depends on the definition if a war has essentially been declared, okay? Now, potentially with the military, that is something which could fall into that, but kind of looking at it from another angle, we do see a lot of incidents, which are, some of these are picked up under the coverage, for say nation-state backed attacks, okay? So we have seen threat actor groups which have nation-state backing. So large budgets from the nation that actually backing these groups, but technically they're independent, right? So that would really raise a question, potentially that could be covered. I guess from the network interruption perspective, that's going to all be around if that gets triggered under the war exclusion. But with regards to the actual funds itself, unless there is some sort of endorsement on the policy for like a crime coverage, which we typically don't always add on to policies. We typically don't add a crime endorsement onto the policy. Then them funds, that transfer of funds, wouldn't necessarily be something that's covered. So I'm looking at this more from like a network interruption perspective, potentially, but like I said, we would need to be very careful with what we say, especially around these war exclusions as well. Hopefully that kind of answers your question.
All right, there is somebody on this end, so let me ask the media team to kindly pass her the microphone. Remember, the reason why we are doing this is because we want to have a very engaging session where you can direct your question to anybody from NCBA Insurance Group and AIG as well. Let's listen to her. Kindly introduce yourself with your name and the organization that you represent. Karibu sana.
Good morning. Yeah, thank you all. My name is Mary Wamai. The organization, I'm not sure because I'm a pensioner right now. John, maybe you can help me. Which organization? Yeah, so I thank you so much, NCBA and AIG and Adeli, for this. I think it's very timely because I've been in banking for 20 years. And I can tell you that when I joined banking, the biggest risk that we had to worry about every day was that time the thugs used to come to the banking hall with guns and threaten everyone and take money, a few notes away. But someone would forge a check. That was a big deal. But it was not a large amount if you look at it now. Now, today we are talking about, in case of a bank or other institution, billions or millions of dollars moving in a flash, real time, across the world, and you cannot trace it after that. It's really scary. So I like the initiative, and I think we need to talk more about the insurance aspect because it's really, the timing is perfect. But I think I'm also very passionate about consumer education, and it is good we are talking about this during the customer service week that John mentioned. The customers need to be educated, whether they are insurance or whether they are doing their normal business or whether they are banking or whatever sector, and this is across sectors. Even the staff members, because this infiltration is coming through the daily systems, emails, that very, very, very safe email, then turns out to be the entry point. So I think a strategy also on education for the consumers, for the staff members, for the partners that we deal with, the suppliers, and I think this should form part of the conversation every day, even as we speak about insurance, which is also critical. But I just want to applaud you. I did not have any question. Asante sana.
Thank you so much. Asante sana. Remember that this session is not necessarily just for questions. It is even for feedback as well. And like I said before, we want to make it very interactive. And perhaps we could take the last one just before we
Good morning. My name is Cyrus Mzuve of Godfield Insurance Brokers. Mine first is to appreciate Phil. Thank you so much for such a wonderful presentation. Some of us are marketers and we are not too good into details, but we've got something. And my question rather will be directed to IRA, because cybercrime and because IRA has been in existence, and sometimes we call you out, and we have to. In 2018, the Computer Misuse and Cybercrime Act was passed by the Parliament. And IRA was there, it was in existence, because they were in office. But in that act, I don't know whether majority of you have read it, there is nowhere the issue of how to secure and to safeguard the factor in computer misuse and cybercrime is factored in that act. But at the same time, we want to applaud AIG, because the first time you did, you came with what we call Triple B, and I was your first customer actually, when you launched Triple B, which was fantastic. Today, we have the first baby again in the industry from you. We appreciate you. But integrating that with an act which is a government factor, it becomes a difficult issue, especially with IRA. Right now, we are in the process of what we are calling reviewing the policy framework, which is an act. I've been trying to see whether the cybercrime as a policy is going to be reviewed also to become an act as a standalone policy within what they are currently doing. Maybe IRA can educate to us how are they planning to integrate these policies so that the consumer and the customer himself, because AIG is doing a good job, they have done their job. What about you as a regulator? What are you doing? Why did we not have a voice as an insurer who is carrying the risk in the act that was passed by Parliament while you were still in office? I think that is my query. Thank you.
Asante sana, tumpigieni makofi tafadhali. Of course, this one is directed to IRA, and I will give an opportunity to Brian Ombui, Assistant Manager Enforcement, to kindly respond.
All right. Thank you so much for your question. First of all, just to allay his fears, you see some of these policies and paperwork, look at it from an overall country perspective. Now, in terms of tailoring down to sector specific is where IRA comes in. So we started the journey. In June, for example, we issued a guidance note. And what you're doing, basically, we've been collecting information. And some of the risks that Phil has presented, for example, so far we've received reports on ransomware and phishing emanating from our regulators. So as the authority, our aim is to collect information from the industry, get a bigger picture, and going forwards, probably now issue detailed guidelines on how sector players can protect themselves and also their consumers. From an education perspective, we continuously run consumer awareness campaigns across various parts of the country, and matters to do with cyber feature a lot in terms of education and educating the masses on measures they can take to safeguard themselves or even report issues arising from the cyber angle. If I may go back, I also mentioned the establishment of a Security Operations Center, and the origin of this SOC was again to the government, whereby we have an interagency framework, mainly run through the Communications Authority. So as an authority, we've gone a step ahead, and we are in the process of building up a fully fledged unit within the authority that now will be able now to directly liaise with the various sectors, the insurance, reinsurance, brokers, agents, etc. in this field. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Let's appreciate Mr. Brian. I don't know, should we take one more just before we break for, yes, let's give it one more. Remember that we said that we must walk out of this room a better person than you came in. So let's hear, of course, your name and the institution you're representing.
Morning, everybody. My name is Ken Cairo, representing the business called Dawit Insurance. Indeed, it's a pleasure to be here. The conversation that we're having today is extremely pertinent. I like the phrase that it's not whether it will happen, it is when it will happen. And I know that most of the time we're able to target this to larger organizations. Sometimes it's easier even for the cyber criminals, so to speak, to be able to get a reward from that activity. But then I do feel that from an SME state, the impact of such an incident will be quite devastating. And we have talked about issues to do with building resilience, issues to do with, and I like what Madam Omai talked about, the education of the customers. Some of the incidences that happen out of extremely innocent, well-meaning, events, and then later on we discover they're big things. So in this case, I think my real question is towards AIG in the area of products which are targeted to the SME and to the larger sector, the responsibilities that we all hold in our various businesses, the exposures and the things that should be, they talk about what? The data protection officers in the businesses. What are the easy things that they can be able to do to keep this kind of risks at bay? So I think it's a broader conversation, and maybe there's a cheat sheet, you know, that helps businesses, because we can sit here, we will learn, we'll go home. Our business might be the next one hit, you know what I mean? But it would be nice to walk away with some kind of a cheat sheet, something that gets you started in the journey of risk improvement management, so to speak, and then that becomes something we can also share with our customers, and it becomes an easy segue into distributing the risk that is cyber insurance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Some really good points made there as well, and I think a little bit later on someone's going to do a presentation about the SME product. But you are right, and definitely, so my background, I was actually been in Dubai for 3 years. Prior to that, I was working in London with a focus actually within the US for small, medium-sized businesses. And then when I moved over to Dubai, and we specialise in the FAC side, but across GCC in Africa, there was definitely more of an appetite for these big businesses to be buying cyber insurance, and it was kind of being driven from really the big businesses. They were the first buyers of cyber insurance. Since they've started buying it and it's become bigger news, you're then starting to see the more influx of the smaller, medium-sized companies. But we do have an SME product as well. And quite what you've said, we've had to realise that you know, they might also not necessarily have the sophistication, the maturity levels of the larger companies. So we do take that into consideration as well. A proposal form that we have is very limited questions. It's really just base core controls. A couple of points that I said, like MFA, making sure that that's enforced. Every company can do that. It's not going to be an additional cost to them. And then just understanding, like, what are they doing with their records? Are they encrypting them? But we're not requesting them to have these really expensive like high technology security controls in place to give them coverage. And from an SME perspective, it's also interesting because and again, I know we'll go into a bit more of that, but we have a core cyber offering as well as a core plus. Now the cyber core offering is just purely like a liability with the first response. So although that first response that I said was our unique selling point, just because they're a small company, they might only be generating $100,000, $150,000 in revenue, they're still eligible for that 48 hours of first response. And a lot of these companies as well, they actually are now looking for just the liability cover because it's a contractual reason, and this is something that we're seeing a lot more. So for them to contract with some of their clients, one of the requests is you need a third-party liability cyber policy, and that's exactly what we've done. We've released that, and the pricing for it, for that SME business, I think it's up to 50 million in revenues for these companies, is really, really competitive, and that's us trying to change the market to tailor it for them. When I first moved to Dubai, we didn't have that product, and we were still asking these same questions and expecting these small companies to have that same level of maturity in their security than these large corporations, and it's not fair. They don't have the same budgets, right? So we have taken that into consideration. That's what we're developing, and actually we now see the SME business as our real growth area. We write a lot of the top organisations across the GCC and in Africa as well, certainly North Africa, but now we're really seeing that push for the SME across them regions as well. So we're looking at taking that feedback as well and implement it into our products. But it's a great point, great question. Hopefully that answers everything. Okay, great, thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Let's appreciate, of course, the team from AIG. Wapigeni makofi tafadhali. Asante sana. Like I said, the reason why you see us doing this is because we want to get feedback from you, we want to get your reactions, we want to get your questions from you, so that by the time you're walking out of this place, you're walking out a better person, than you came. Remember that we are live as well on YouTube, on the NCBA group YouTube page. We have a number of people that are watching us right there. Gilbert Kudoi as well, Ann Jigua, we have Juma Fred, Wesley Kibande, all of them are watching us. Shadrach Kirui as well is there. Emmanuel Kirwa is watching. Collins Ngetich is watching as well. They're sharing feedback. Remember, the conversation is as well going on online. But just to remind you that even as we take our short tea break, we're going to share, it's right here. Our media team has shared a QR code over here. What you're going to do with this QR code is simple. You're going to scan this QR code, drop your response, your question or whatever it is, and the conversation is ongoing. When we come back from our tea break, somebody from our daily group is going to talk about the strengthening cyber resilience. Those are the risks, the trends, and the preparedness, and a demo on a cyber incident, as well as the future of cyber security. We'll have somebody from NCBA Insurance Group taking us through that one. Remember that we're going to have a very interesting second session of this program. We're going to take a short tea break. When we come back, it's going to be amazing. It's going to be the best because we want you to ensure every moment. See you on the other side. Enjoy your tea. Let me ask anybody that can hear my voice to kindly start making your way back to the room so that we may start this conversation in a short while. Remember that it's a panel discussion that will have an opportunity for question and answers later on. So let me ask if you can hear my voice from wherever you are, let me ask you to kindly start making your way back to the room. Let me ask you kindly to start making your way back to the room so that we may begin this conversation and run it in an orderly fashion, finish it on time, and have an opportunity to ask as many questions as possible. So even for anybody that is still having their tea, let me ask you that you wind up so that we may begin this conversation shortly. Make our way back to the room. If you can hear my voice from wherever you are, and you're probably still having your tea, let me ask that you wind up so that we may begin this second session of this program. Let me ask all of us to kindly make our way back to the room so that we may begin this second part. Remember, I told you that it's a panel discussion that will have an opportunity for a question and answer session as well, considering the fact that we are live on YouTube on the NCBA group account. So if there's anybody that would wish to share the live link, it's under the NCBA group YouTube account. And I just want to remind all of us that the panel discussion that we are having today is very engaging, wonderful panelists, and I'm sure that all of us would wish to hear this part of the discussion. So let me ask anybody that is still outside to kindly make their way back to the room. So of course I'll introduce the panelists that will join us, and of course the first person on the panel is Adili Group CEO William Olofsem. Pigeni makofi tafadhali William as he joins our panel as well. And then we have Mbabu Motori. Mbabu Motori will join the panelists as well. Let's appreciate Mbabu tafadhali. Pigeni makofi tafadhali. Mbabu is joining the panel. And last but not least, to join this amazing panel from Microsoft is none other than Kenneth Ringera. Let's appreciate Kenneth tafadhali. Mpigieni makofi as he comes. And the moderator of this panel is none other than Mr. Moses Kemi Mbaro. Let's appreciate him. Mpigieni makofi. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now official. We cross over to our panel discussion. Take it away.
Thank you so much. I hope I'm audible. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. So thank you so much for joining us for this panel, including those who are joining us online. And our topic is technology in the cyber age. My name is Moses Kemibaro. I'm the founder and CEO of .Savvy. And I think this is really a pivotal discussion here today where we're talking about cybersecurity and cyber insurance. We know that in the last year that cyber attacks have surged by up to 38%, and many African businesses are facing vulnerabilities and financial losses in the billions of dollars. Yet, only a fraction of organizations in our region have a robust cyber resilience plan in place, or even cyber insurance as well, which of course is the focus of today's event. So our task over the next hour is to bring that conversation from the hypothetical into your reality, into your boardroom, into your server room, and ultimately onto your balance sheet. We're here to discuss the practical realities of building a resilient enterprise in the digital age. And as we'll discover, even in the best defenses, the question isn't if you face an incident, but how you recover when you do. We'll hear from three distinguished experts who will bring forensic, technical, and technology industry perspectives to help us understand what's at stake and how we can prepare. So I believe the introductions have been done, and I'll just jump straight into the questions in the interest of time. And I'd like to start off with you, Willie. Your career is focused on fraud and non-compliance. From a board's perspective, what's the most common blind spot you see, and where do leaders think they're covered on cyber risk, but in reality are dangerously exposed, particularly when it comes to the link between a cyber breach and direct financial crime?
Thank you. So, I mean, we have the opportunity of speaking to boards quite often. We do a lot of board training, executive training, and the likes. And if I think about probably 2 or 3 spots that I'm seeing where people are, there's a misconception about cyber is our leaders all think, and I made reference to it this morning, all thinks it's technical. And I have to be really technical to be able to deal with cyber. We've heard from the group CEO of NCBA earlier that you don't have to be technical. They are technical people. I think that about 70% of the problem is potentially people. It's not technology, it's how we use technology, and so on and so forth. The point I'm making is that on senior level, we just push the responsibility sometimes to our head of IT or to the tech team, where I think we way past that from a maturity point of view. We have to, as leaders, know the right questions to ask when it comes to technology, when it comes to new technology, when it comes to new business that we're creating, because every single area within your business these days there will be some sort of cyber risk or cyber threat. I think, and that's precisely why I think training is essential. You can have all the technology in the world, and another misconception is that boards, ExCo thinks that if they spend large amounts of money on technology, they dealt with the risk. That's only the first step of dealing with the risk. It's all about how do you create awareness across your operations, how do you make sure that the tech that you are using is actually synced, you understand it, you understand the outputs, and you actually understand what you want to achieve. But it starts from board level, it starts in the boardroom. Maybe a last thing is just on response. It's amazing to see how board members react when it goes wrong. They run all over the place. Clearly they've dealt with crises before, but this cyber incident is not easy. It's real. You lose money as you enter the boardroom, and there are so many different things that one must think about. It's your reputation, it's the sustainability of your business. Sometimes there are people in danger. I mean, there's just so many things to think about, and if you don't have the right team and the right training, I think it will be a very difficult incident.
Thank you so much for that, Willie. If I'm hearing you correctly, what you're saying, the human factor probably is one of the biggest criteria that we need to pay attention. I think that's a perfect segue to Mbabu's question. Mbabu, let's bring this to the ground level, as we like to say in Kenya. In the Kenyan context, what's the single most underestimated technical threat that businesses face today? And is it ransomware, maybe supply chain attacks, or something closer to home like insider threats targeting our unique financial platforms? Where do you think the biggest risks exist?
I think the main place is from phishing attacks, and it's something that Phil talked about. And that's what we see as a pivot for actors that then get into your institution. And currently, we have something that I'll discuss in the presentation that I'll give is with regards to the info stealer that's prolific across this region. And what it's doing is stealing credentials from all aspects. And that allows them to pivot from one institution to another one to another one. Because the amount of data that's been stolen is a lot. Now, the blind spot that I see is that we have a sort of a simple view of security, when security is a very practical thing. Security is saying, close that door. Security is saying, don't log on to free Wi-Fi. Don't use the hotel Wi-Fi. It's very simple. Those are blind spots. And I think the practical approach to looking at those blind spots makes it easier for us to then manage. So it's something practical that we have to really look at.
Thank you so much for that. Ken, I'd like to come to you. You champion digital transformation, which involves adopting large, complex systems. How should a business leader balance the pressure to innovate and adopt new technology with the inherent security risks that come with it? And how do you prevent the transformation from becoming a vulnerability?
Thanks, Moses, and good afternoon, everyone. I think without emphasizing, every business now is a digital business. And being that is the fact, it makes sense that every board, and as Willie was talking, I was just thinking, the way we've partnered with them is we saw a lot of board meetings. We tend to be at the front. The technology is saying has been sold. We tend to have the customer already having the technology, but not having in place the necessary processes that help the business advance, at least on the risk space. So the board has given approval, the solutions are there, but the people themselves do not either have the training or the process of making sure that everyone in the organization, from a cultural perspective, knows what needs to happen. So you saw me walking up here with my bag. That's a culture thing. I cannot leave my bag in the car, because one of the things is, culturally, we have been taught that any time you're even opening your laptop, anywhere, it has to be, you have to look behind you and see, is someone looking through? You've seen phones having the protective screen. It's not just for the sake of it. It's important to have that culture. So at the culture part, and the emphasis here is on the people. When you saw, for those who were there, when you saw Phil's presentation, when he talked about multi-factor authentication, it is so big and an important factor. For you to get that insurance, that is the first thing you have to think. So to a board, when a leader is talking about multi-factor authentication, that already gives you the chance to take this timely product inside the organization. And it's not just multi-factor authentication. He alluded to a lot of other things, but I don't want to get into the terminology, because as Babu has said, it's as simple as saying, close that door, make sure you don't leave any of your data. If you leave your laptop or your phone, Control L, that locks your laptop. That is not just, it's a daily habit. We must inculcate the daily habits so that as much as possible, we are avoiding those kind of attacks. And you heard from Mary Omai, we've come a long way. In the case of banks where You're afraid of people coming to the door. Now, when you're sleeping, somebody is helping themselves to your data, and the next morning, as you heard Willie saying, board members are running up and down wondering. And as Phil said, people are paying that money, that $1 million. I mean, it's a lot of money. To think that people are paying that money, you'll have to pay because now the data has been taken away. So I think it goes down to even as people who are working for these organizations, how we put in place from the board level all the way to that. Lastly, what I would say is, it's not just culture. What gets rewarded gets done. So a lot of companies are also putting in place incentives for the right behavior. At a minimum, they'll say, if you're having a board meeting, you must mention cybersecurity at least once in that meeting. So I think that's kind of going down into, like you said, we took our ground. We need to start having those habits on a daily basis. Thank you.
No, I love the way you put it, the idea that, culture is so fundamental. In fact, when you came up with your bag, I was a bit curious why you're doing that. And then now it all makes sense, You're making sure that, you're looking after them. In fact, where's my bag? I think it's somewhere there in the corner. But yeah, I think it's a perfect switch over back to you, Babu. And I think we're not looking just about the awareness. I think it's also about the actions. What are the interventions that are being put into play to make sure that we can be cyber resilient? And Babu, most businesses have limited resources, and I also speak here as an SME owner and leader. When you advise a client, which technology investments demonstrably reduce the real incident instances? And then also, is it advanced endpoint protection, better identity management, or is it something more fundamental like robust disaster recovery and business continuity planning? What is your specialty in that sense?
I think the core part of when you look at a client is to figure out what the identity is. First and foremost, who has access to data? And it's important when you're picking the tools that are then allowing people access to your applications, as they said, even with regards to remote access, is who is that person that has remote access to your systems. So when looking at service providers, and the reason why we work very closely with Microsoft, is their tools allow us to be able to do that for our clients and for their infrastructure. So another thing that you need to look at as SMEs and as businesses is what licensing regime are we using? What licenses do we get from Google, and how do they then protect us? Because in some instances we have seen where people buy licenses from Google and they say they have security, but they picked a basic license. I'm sorry, sorry. Is that better? Sorry. So they have a license from Google that says they have security, but they really don't, because the license that they picked was a standard license. Now, it's important to look at your licensing from the perspective of compliance and security. Now, in some of those instances, it does not appear. So for us, the first part of it is actually looking at your licensing and the product stack that you existingly have, and how does it secure you? And that's where we normally start. So it's not an issue of cost to start off with. It's what we need to get to protect you first. And then the cost can come in.
So take action, then beg for forgiveness, something like that. As in, identify what you need first and then figure out the cost later.
Yes, because the thing is, once an attack happens, then there's no cost discussion. It's out the door. Because when we come to you and we say your license cost is $5, it's $10, it's $100, and you say that's too expensive, once they ransomware your information, you'll pay that tomorrow. And that's what we're trying to avoid. We're trying to avoid you getting to that point.
Which is almost like classic insurance. Pay $100,000 now, so you don't have to pay $1 million. Something like that.
Yeah, yes.
So can I just add to what Babu said? I mean, we see it so often where clients have top-end licenses. So they pay really much for licenses, but they don't use the full potential of what it caters for. So when you do a tenant review on a Microsoft or Google license, you must understand the level of maturity or security it's going to give you. And then, to Babu's point, then you can actually start building your defense and create or increase your posture on all your infrastructure. But you must first understand where you are. And sorry, I'm going back to the board all the time, but this is where they must be able to ask the right questions. Because too often we are sitting in a room and the head of technology will come and explain to us that they need a specific technology, and we don't really understand where it fits in. Do we have a holistic approach? Yeah, I just thought I'll add to that.
Great, thanks for that, Willie. Ken, I'd like to come back to you. And mine is really that you believe in transformation really about being about people, processes, and technology. So let's talk about the people, but what are the most effective practical steps leaders can take to create a genuine culture of security? And I know you touched this already, but how do you move beyond the annual phishing test to create real accountability at every level of the organization? And I know you talked a little bit about it already, but maybe you can add a bit more to that from a practical standpoint.
Thanks, Moses. I think from today's, I can kind of see where tomorrow should look like. One is engaging Phil and Stella and team, because like I said, the licenses most customers already have. What they don't have is the right implementation and the right execution. The how is, and we were chatting with Babu on having a roadmap, like a 90-day roadmap to make sure that in partnership with, if you now say tomorrow you want to be secured by AIG, there will be certain things that you need to have in place for you to accelerate the package that they are offering. I think it was security and liability, network interruption, and cyber extortion. So there'll be some places you have to tick the box that you've done this or that. So in partnership, and I see this as something that can be done even quicker. The 90-day program is just a program that allows you to talk to the board and all the way to the end user. Create a training program and make sure that we're not just talking, we are getting things done. So that program would then help bring all the stakeholders, because we are better together. The insurance package comes at a very timely time. I can count many of my customers who have not implemented MFA, yet they have the license. They're there. So this product will accelerate them making sure the adoption happens, and also the training that we've been talking about for board. It shouldn't just be the board, it should be all the way, because in cybersecurity lingo, you say, if you don't secure everyone, you have secured no one. Gone are the times you're trying to secure the CEO's laptop, then you have someone at the contact center who's not got the right license, clicks the wrong link, and then helter-skelter, everything happens. So you have to secure everyone. The zero trust principles, which is an industry approach that makes sure that any organization, right from the board level to the last person, understand why we are doing the cybersecurity. So it's almost like saying trust but verify. And starting from every device is a weak link. Anything could happen at any level. So you have to bring the whole organization culturally to be there. And that's why I'm emphasizing on the 90-day program. It can be a 30-day program. But I think the first thing is to say that this product really comes at the right time. And I think for me, I see how it will accelerate a lot of the implementation across most of the customers. I think for me, it's a no-brainer, as John said. Everyone should just call AIG and say, come, we are ready. And as you're going there, don't forget you need the training, you need the things in place so that everything works seamlessly.
Well, thanks for that, Ken. Willie, I'd like to come back to you. So once these measures are in place, the board needs assurance. How should leadership test and report on this residual risk? And what are the one or two key metrics a board should demand from their CISO to have confidence that the cyber risk is truly understood and under control beyond just the compliance checkbox? So basically, how do we make sure it's actually done?
Thank you. So I've seen it on different levels, depending on the size of the organization and complexity. We've seen over the last 3 to 5 years, the banks were hit significantly from a cyber point of view. So if you now go and you look at the maturity levels, The banks are probably the most matured as an industry. I think insurance is very quickly catching up, but those are large organizations normally, and they've got, they've got huge teams managing cyber. They've got their own SOC operations and the likes. And I think for them on that level, they do a lot of third-party verification, where third parties are coming in to give the board assurance, do penetration testing and the likes, and do social engineering exercises where they try and lecture and show people or test people in terms of their awareness around cyber and to be proactive in terms of cyber. So that's third-party verification. I also think that more and more we find that the audit teams are not only focused on the traditional audits, but they will have more and more people with relevant experience. So if we have an audit team that gives assurance to the board, especially in small organizations, more and more we see that, first of all, there will be some sort of IT auditor, and more we're seeing people will now have some cyber specialists as well, especially the larger organizations. For smaller organizations, I still think that obviously there must be some sort of awareness from a ownership point of view, but third-party verification is key because, my experience is that when you sometimes go to your head of technology, your CTO, everything is covered because they've got certain KPIs. So it's fundamental to every now and then have a third party verifying for you.
Great stuff. So I'd like to move to the inevitable breach. I think one of the themes of today's event has been it's not a question of if, it's a question of when and how you respond to that reality and how basically we can look at the role of risk transfer in that context. And I'd like to start with you, Mbabu. This is where now we get really practical. Let's assume the worst has happened. A significant breach has occurred. Mbabu, from a technical standpoint, what happens in the first 24 hours and what are the immediate priorities for the response team? I'm sure you've been there before.
It depends on how prepared normally the response is. In an unprepared situation, you then end up on a Teams call for 48 hours, fighting between our response team and the IT department in the company, which means that the response then takes 7 days, because then we're fighting. Or else the attack happens, and we come in, and it's a board-level decision or a C-level decision where they say, please listen to so-and-so. They sort of have seen this before, so please go by those, that understanding. And we find those ones go quicker because then everyone has buy-in. When there's a disconnect between the team that's coming in, because what happens is that when we come in, the assumption is we are coming to show the flaws of the IT infrastructure. Well, we are not. Something has happened that we just need help on. And the thing about security, and I keep on saying it, security is about us helping each other. If your neighbor is being robbed and you press your alarm, when you press the alarm, you'll be the first person to respond. And that's how security should work. And in a cyber situation, when we respond, consider us your neighbor. We're just coming to help and to help the situation. So in the first 24 hours is normally remediation. And normally there's a lot of shouting and screaming, normally at us. And then it's to find out, did you have an actual backup or did you not have a backup? Or has the backup been ransomware? If your backup has been ransomware, you still need to make a backup, because there's a point where we might be able to negotiate with the attacker and get your backup back. So it's important that those things are in place. In addition to that, there's also certain statutory things. The IRA has its own guidelines if it's an insurance company. CBK has their own guidelines. So as long as you're in line with those ones where you're constantly updating stakeholders and not hiding from it, that means things are going to go a lot easier. It's important to inform your insurance company that this thing has happened, because if you hide this from them and they find out from social media, it's another discussion that you'll have with them. You know? So it's important that some of those things are in line. Now, it's very Practically, we can say it's an easy process, but you must start with security from that perspective.
So you guys take all the heat initially?
Yes, a lot, yes, a lot of it.
So Willie, let me come to you. While Mbabu's team is fighting the fire, what is happening in the boardroom? What are the critical crisis management and communication decisions that need to be made immediately?
So this is precisely why we actually, as a firm, started a cyber team. About 5-6 years ago, every Friday afternoon, someone will run into the lawyer's office and tell the lawyer, listen, we've been hacked. And then slowly, we started building capabilities around the lawyers to deal with cyber attacks. And even so far as having our own PR team now as well. What happens, to Mbabu's point, I think one of two scenarios. The first one is if a board is trained, they've done testing, they put themselves through the process, it's actually seamless. It's actually, you will see that the impact is less because the reaction time is much quicker. Everybody needs or knows what to do. Someone will deal with the regulator. There will be regular calls. While the investigation is going on, the remediation team is busy. The PR people are communicating well. So it's a well-structured approach to just another crisis, actually. But then you find the people that are not prepared, that never spend time thinking about this type of crisis. And it's to Mbabu's point. It's first of all, you will find that they've been breached a long time ago, potentially. I mean, we've dealt with one the other day where the client was compromised for 3 months. And only after 3 months, we got involved. There was a 48-hour call where everybody was screaming at everybody until on one stage, the COO said, listen, we have to sort this out. So those are the two extremes almost, and you will find that it will take them a long time. It's a fragmented approach, so everybody's trying to fight fires, but you're not really achieving anything. Yeah, so those are the two extremes. And maybe a last thing is, I think, although we think that the larger organizations should do much better, I think for medium and smaller businesses, it actually should be much easier because you are small, you're agile, you can make decisions. So it's not a size thing. I think it's a commitment thing.
Thanks so much for that, Willie. I'd like to come back to you, Ken. How do strong partnerships, and of course, in this instance, between the affected company, a technology provider like Microsoft, and other stakeholders, enhance the ability to respond and recover efficiently?
Thanks, Moses. I think Microsoft vision is well encapsulated here. When I think about it, Microsoft vision is to empower every individual and every organization to do more. And we built a platform, and that platform is mostly used by most of the corporates and also individuals. The partnership we have with Adili, the product you're seeing today from AIG, is really going to be the way that organizations will go better. That's, to me, a very good partnership that helps organizations. And this is one of the areas where we can be, if now I speak as a Kenyan, this is a place we can show the way as Kenyans. Have organizations that have the right insurance for what they've already invested in. Have the right partnerships and not just sit in isolation. I think in closing, John said, let's not be in isolation, let's collaborate. So this collaboration is not by accident, and it's timely. I'll keep insisting it's very timely, because the software, the platform is already in use. There is a ready partner to train, and it is a product that can be used to ensure that investment. So I think for me, that collaboration just requires now the customers to come on board.
Okay, great. So before we go to Willie, I just want to, anyone who wants to ask questions, we'll be opening up for questions shortly, both online and those who are present here today. So please get your questions ready, either for the entire panel, for any of the specific representatives here today. So Willie, this response and recovery effort, forensics, legal counsel, PR, business interruption, it all costs a significant amount of money and requires specialized expertise, often when the business is least able to function. This brings us to the question of risk transfer. How can cyber insurance be integrated into the broader enterprise risk management strategy to help companies build and to act as a financial backstop to this inevitable event?
So let's unpack it a little bit. I think if you go to the journey of companies when they start taking cyber seriously, I think, and let me use a live example of the organization I spoke about. Initially, about 3 years ago, Mbabu and myself, we had various meetings with people on different levels within the organization. And for them, it was, on that stage, not a priority at all. Every time we had a discussion, the cyber or the head of IT would say, you know what, we're spending money on this and this and this, and we adequately covered. We haven't been compromised for 5 years, so we're really doing well. And we had a follow-up meeting and a follow-up meeting, and then eventually this incident happened. Now, what happened after that, after we've dealt with the incident, is I think their cyber budget probably went up by 300%. Because suddenly top management understand the brand equity, they understood the crisis, they understood what it means to put your system off. So once they felt that pain, they then realized that we need an integrated, holistic approach to our problem, to our cyber problem. They did follow a risk-based approach because clearly they were high risk, they went through an attack, and then they're starting to pay for the right licenses, to pay for training. They had a culture change where if you open 3 phishing emails, which is sent by IT, you will be dismissed. But it was a process, and then the last thing that they've done was, because they felt confident about what they put in place, they went for cyber insurance. Now, I don't know, the people in this room might not know, but cyber insurance is quite technical if you apply, and we've got the experts in the room. You get a nice thick document to complete, where they test and see what you have in place and what not. For that entity, it was easy. It was easy for them to complete and to validate what they have in place. And as a result, I think now they have a holistic approach to the risk, including if it really goes wrong. Maybe the last thing is, I think because of their level of maturity, I think even the insurance companies that are covering cyber, that's the type of client that they're looking for. They're looking for someone that's not insurance at the start, but insurance at the end, when I'm actually on a different level of maturity.
Great, thanks for that, Willie. So at this point in time, we'd like to open questions to the floor. Those who are here in the audience, also those who are joining us online, please also ask your questions in the comments section. And we'd love to hear any questions you might have, either for the entire panel or directed to a specific panelist. Thank you. I see a hand at the back. Please introduce yourself, the organization you represent, and then ask your question.
Good afternoon. My name is Wamaitha Mwangi. I'm not an insurance expert. I'm a CISO at Hiva Fund Limited. So my question will go to the panel as a whole. And I'll start in form of a pathway. When our former president gave us Vision 2030, he was positioning Kenya to be globally competitive to measure up with Asian tigers. 15 years down the line, we meet ourselves still in such forums, wondering how Kenya or what Kenya can do to still compete with Asian tigers 5 years away. So, Kenya has built fintech empires, digitized government services, we have M-Pesa even. But then there was a study done by the KESAT, I think last year or early this year, that decried cybersecurity talent shortage, especially in fintechs, banks, and insurance organizations. Considering the fact that our universities and colleges churn out 5,000 ICT graduates every year, would you call that a shortage? Would you call that a lack of instructional pathway to what we can leave our graduates with? Also in connection with the question that this gentleman asked about Gen Zs and the hospital and the insurance and all that, I wasn't particularly satisfied with the AIG representative answer, because I feel, yeah, I'm almost done, I feel that most of our solutions are Western-centric, okay? What I am looking for, as someone who wants to buy cyber insurance...
Excuse me, can we get to the question, please?
Yes, I've already asked one, I'm asking the other one, is localized threat intel. Can AIG then handle that? Thank you.
Who wants to take it?
I think it's something that we have taken up with Microsoft and with Google, because what we find is that when they talk about threat actors, they talk about actors that are outside Kenya, outside Africa. And what we have found is that we have a lot of localized threat actors that we're looking at currently, and we're actually working on a program with Microsoft to be able to map out these actors across Africa. Now, it's something that we look at quite actively, because what we find is that the threat actors who operate across the globe sort of have a very specific way of operating. And what we have found is that it's sort of becoming prevalent here. If you remember, and I'm sure you did, last year they had an Operation Serengeti that was across 14 countries with multiple threat actors. They had 100,000 servers, and I think they arrested 1,000 people. 2 months ago, they had Operation Serengeti Phase 2, where they arrested, I think, hundreds of individuals. They took down 1,000 plus servers, and it was across 14 countries again. So what we're finding is that threat actors are then becoming more local. For us, as an institution, we actually try as much as possible to track them. So, I mean, you know the usual M-Pesa scam that we always get. And if you remember, the M-Pesa scam has modified. From the time when we used to get the M-Pesa alert, now they send you packages, or you've received this package, or we are delivering something to your house, and it comes in as an SMS. That is threat actors in this region figuring out how to change their patterns to then target us directly. And it's something that we look at quite actively. So it's something that we are actually working on currently quite actively on threat actor mapping for this region.
Great, I hope that adequately responds to your question. Do we have any other questions from the audience?
Sorry, just to answer your first question with regards to training, you're completely correct with regards to that. Because why does somebody go to school to become an insurance adjuster? Why does somebody go to school to become a cybersecurity personnel? Why does somebody go to school to become an actuarist? It's because they see a path, and it's something that has been taught to them. That is the path to take. Why do you become a lawyer? So cybersecurity, because it's becoming bigger, it means that we have to broaden also the training at institution, in institutions. So at the universities, there should be actual programs that help them get really practical hands-on experience or with regards to cyber. And not only from a very general perspective, but a real certification. And it's something that I think Microsoft has programs on. I know Google has programs on that with universities, because what we're then looking at is individuals who then come out, who can then go straight into the work environment, and somebody who doesn't need hand-holding. So I find that that is also something that we should look at. I mean, 5,000 graduates, you're right, it is very low.
If I may add to it, I think it's a global shortage on cybersecurity experts. It's not, so if you think like a global village, we were late to recognize that, and I speak here as a parent, we were late to recognize that the cheese had moved. And our traditional courses and everything, I mean, we all have parents who wanted us to be doctors, nurses. So speaking as a salesman, I think cybersecurity now, that pathway, it starts with, if you have a child and you're looking ahead, that is already something. The signal is there. They've said there's a shortage, it's global. No country has, even India, has all the experts they need. We are tapping from everywhere. So one of the initiatives I'm aware of is a lot of people who are already in employment. Most organizations are moving them to the cybersecurity initiatives. If you are attention to detail, you're in finance, you start taking the courses, they will move you to that department or that team. We call them security champions and ambassadors within the organization. But I think from the pathway part, as long as universities are still offering the same courses, we need to talk to them and see. And we have partnerships with several universities as Microsoft. I think where the gap was is what they have now occupied in terms of training people who are already in business to start doing the cybersecurity jobs. And that will inspire, I'm sure most of you have been inspired by either a parent or an uncle who did a certain job and you liked it. That's the kind of inspiration now that will come out if we create enough cybersecurity experts. But just to tell you, it's a global shortage. Just to kind of round it up, Microsoft has an Africa Development Center here. The experts that are there are engineers who went to Kenyan universities. They don't serve Kenyan customers, they serve global customers. And 500 of them are just engineers on various cybersecurity areas, either as program managers or product managers. So the work is being done. It might not be as big as possible, but there definitely needs to be a collaboration between all the organizations present and the guys who have taken cybersecurity as an expertise, like Adili, and maybe even from this initiative, a lot of the organizations who will have to take up the coverage will have to have some certain level of experts in cybersecurity within the organization. But thanks for your question.
I see a question here. Maybe that'll be the last question.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I see it's already afternoon. My name is Samuel Odhiambo. I come from NCBA Bank Assurance, so basically sell what Stella cooks. My question around the product discussion that we're having today, if you look at the product construct that Phil presented earlier, it seemed like you get to a point where you do vulnerability scans for customers. Given there is a great appreciation of the low awareness and penetration of cyber in this country and across the region, do you think resequencing vulnerability scans to come earlier before the cover is taken is something that can help to drive awareness and even uptake of the product? Thank you.
Thank you for that. Who'll take that?
I think you're totally right. I don't think it happens early enough, and I think it's a commitment issue. I think that the example I mentioned earlier about some organizations must first feel the pain before they invest. I think you're going to find that your assessments are going to become more practical, more often, almost regular. I mean, like it's business as usual. That our staff, our systems, every single aspect will be tested from the internal teams as well as from external teams. So the point you're making is spot on. I think it happens too slow. It must happen very regular.
I think with regards to also doing the internal VA, I think it's important to do an external VA where we give you an example, NCBA IG, we do what they call an attack surface review. So we'll take your domain and your forward-facing IP addresses and we'll look at them from a darknet perspective. So it will tell us what leaks are on the darknet. Are they new? Are they current? It sort of gives us a picture about what the criminals have that they can use to exploit your infrastructure. And that's something that is done without having to come into your institution. And it's something that is part of one of the tests that is done before giving out the insurance. So it's something that gives you a very good security posture. If things that are seen that are very critical, it's then very important to then go in and do a VA and a PT internally to make sure that everything is secure. But that's also a longer process. Does that answer your question?
We might have room for just one last question. Please be brief and concise if there's anyone who has one last question before we go to closing remarks from our panelists. Okay, I think that sounds like it's it. So as we approach the end of our session, and I think Ken, you'll take us through on this one, in a minute or less, I'd like each of you to share a brief closing thought. What is one key takeaway you would offer organizations in Kenya and East Africa on strengthening their cybersecurity resilience, particularly with AI's growing impact on both threats and defenses? By the way, I'm so surprised, this being a technology conversation, that no one has really said AI much today. So here's the AI moment. So Ken, take it away.
Thanks. Yeah, you can imagine what Phil painted here, and now that was the human part. Now you can imagine the same bad actors are now using AI. So it grows exponentially. I think for me, it's just to echo what was said earlier. It's not a question of if, it's a question of when. I'm reminded of when I first started working, I worked for Alico. And they used to tell you, go and sell insurance to your family first and your friends. It did not help that it's the same year that Reinhard Bonke came to Kenya. So everybody I went to told me I'm insured by the blood of Jesus Christ. So my sales funnel just disappeared. So to me, I don't see any business here that would want to just take this for granted. I don't think anyone wants to take chances. If you're not taking this product, you have a budget for ransomware that is probably 10 times the cost of what this product would be. And I'm not selling on their behalf. I can just see, as a smart businessman, you should have this insurance for yourself and for your organization to really wake up every day and say, at least we have a backup plan. So I would say that is, for me, the most important part. And again, thanks a lot, Stella, Phil, and the AIG team for making this possible and for even inviting us to this panel. At least I have something to tell my customers when they ask me questions around what if. So at least I have a backup plan. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Ken. Babu, last remarks.
Willie will have some comments about this, but alas, AI is a 4-year-old child. And it's a 4-year-old child that is learning at an exponential rate. So AI must be used practically. And what we have found is that AI is used in the office with office devices on office infrastructure, And this is the other part of AI. Now, the assumption is that it's not learning from me, or it is, and it's learning a lot. Now, if you take that perspective and look at what it does for cyber, it is even scarier. Now, from a risk perspective, I remember what the Group MD had said about zero trust. The question is, do you have zero trust at home? Because we all have zero trust in the office. We all have multi-factor on all our accounts, but do you do that practically at home? Do you secure your infrastructure at home? Because at home, you're at your most vulnerable. The cameras that you install to protect your children or to monitor away from when you're at home to monitor your children have got the same admin password that the criminal actors know. So security is a practical approach to then looking at those things. And I think the more we look at them that way, the easier it is for us to then easily secure ourselves. Because we really don't want to be paying out the ransomware to threat actors. And this, for me, is the key. Because they'll always pivot from your company to your home, back to your company.
You know, it's interesting, Babu, you mentioned that because I'm reminded of a conversation with a cybersec person, and he said they did an audit of someone, a very senior CEO's home, and they discovered that the vulnerability was the fridge. The fridge is connected to the internet, and that was the entry point where they discovered there was a threat, a breach potentially could happen there. So when you buy all this new technology in our homes, you know, everything is hooked up into our smart homes. Sometimes it's something as innocuous as the fridge that could be the place where they attack you, you know, and thinking about it holistically, as you pointed out.
And I think Phil had mentioned something about OT. OT is not a complicated thing. OT is your fridge, it's your cooker, it's your washing machine, all those devices from Samsung that tell you smart things, that connect to smart things and do smart, yes. It's very, very smart, very, very smart. But you don't know what vulnerability it then has that it's exposing you to. So it's a balanced approach. Sorry, I'm a security person, so it's always going to be the fear factor part. I'm sorry.
Great. Willie, your last remarks, please.
I'll be quick. I think for me, two things. Firstly, I think full commitment on all levels. And then I really like the value proposition of AIG because they're not only thinking about the insurance part, but they're actually coming with a full package. They help you with your assessment so you understand where the weaknesses are. They've got some risk advisory around how you can improve that. You've got a toll-free number actually when there are issues for people to validate, do you have a real issue or not? The example that they've mentioned about someone that was apparently ransomware and it was actually a fraud. I mean, all of these things I can just see from a proactive point of view as well as from a responsive point of view. These are all the things that you're going to need and that will make it easier. And now to get insurance on top of that, I think it's not a bad deal.
Great. So Willie, Babu, Ken, thank you so much for those valuable insights. I think the takeaways here, I think, is that, first of all, you know, cybersecurity is now front and center of everything. And especially in the AI era, I think it moves to the nature of cyber threats and defenses that are now becoming increasingly important. Security is not enough, and it's an ever-changing process. It's a completely, constantly moving target. And I think where all stakeholders must play, internally and externally, is to really figure out how to stay secure at all times. So we've explored the importance of governance, regulatory frameworks, cybersecurity awareness, innovative solutions from the likes of AIG, all of which contribute to building a resilient and digital ecosystem in Kenya and East Africa. And ultimately, I think the thing that I'll take away from today is that cybersecurity is a shared responsibility that requires collaboration across all sectors and all partnerships. I'd like to extend a sincere thank you to our distinguished panelists for their time and expertise, to the AIG team for giving us incredible insights, and of course to NCBA Insurance for hosting this event. And for those of us in the audience and online, thank you so much for joining us for this panel. Please give them a big hand.
Let's appreciate them. Tuwapigieni makofi one more time tafadhali. Let's appreciate them. Asante sana. Thank you so much. Of course, a discussion that we were having, like I promised you before, that it was going to be very engaging. And for everybody that has had a chance to maybe just ask a question, remember that it is not the end. Remember that we still have the QR code that was shared up there, and it will be at that time as well that you will share your response and share your feedback in any questions that you might be having. Remember that the conversation is ongoing even as we continue with this program of the day. I want you to appreciate the entire team of panelists. So pigieni makofi. So we'll do a quick change on our stage, and then of course we will do a quick change on our stage, and then of course following up on that discussion that we were having, we will have a gentleman from Adili Group who was part of the panelists as well, that is Mbabu Muturi, to come and discuss on strengthening cyber resilience. Those are the risks, the trends, and the preparedness, as well as a demo on a cyber incident. Remember that Mbabu mentioned very clearly that he's in the cyber security sector, and it would be really important to look at this angle, especially from the demo perspective. And remember that Mbabu is from the Adili Group. So Mbabu is coming up next as well to just take us through the strengthening cyber resilience and risk, trends, and preparedness all together. Remember that if you didn't get an opportunity to ask a question, we still have the QR code that will be shared by our media team. In that QR code, you'll have an opportunity as well to just share the feedback that you have, the questions that you might be having, and I'm sure that we will put them all together. The conversation is ongoing as well on our YouTube account, that is NCBA Group. The conversation is ongoing, and it is at that point as well that we are having feedback from the online community that are watching us live as we are coming to you all the way from JW Marriott here in Nairobi County. Ladies and gentlemen, we are just doing a quick changeover, and then we bring in the next speaker that will take us through, of course, the second part of this program. Yeah, I think that's fine. So as we do the changeover as well, I just want to remind all of us that we still have the QR code that is right in front of our screen. And there you have the feedback form. So in any feedback that you might be having, of course, this would be an opportunity, and all of us will have an opportunity as well to just share your feedback in terms of how far we've come in any way that you have. Also, that in case you have any question whatsoever, that as well will be a platform to make sure that you share your feedback on that point and ask any question that you might be having. So let's cross over straight. Like I said before, of course, to speak on strengthening cyber resilience, those are the risks, the trends, and the preparedness, and as well issue a demo on a cyber incident from Adili Group. Please help me welcome none other than Mbabu Muturi. Mpigieni makofi as he takes over the stage. Asanteni sana. Let's listen to his presentation. Karibu sana.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon again. Sorry? Okay, thank you. Yes. I want to take you through a presentation sort of what we do first from our perspective. Our cybersecurity services are broken up into, we have a cybersecurity operations center that's based at Anjola and Kana. And in that cybersecurity operations center, what we do from there, we're able to protect the clients that we monitor. Now, when we say online monitoring, it means that we don't ever stop monitoring our clients. All the clients that we have, we monitor them 24/7. So we have a team of people, from people who deal with cyber threat intelligence, because our cybersecurity SOC is based on, it's an intelligence-led solution. So we are constantly looking on the darknet for leaks, compromises, anything that we see that then affects our clients. And that's from a SOC perspective. In addition to that, we have a cybersecurity advisory, and from that, we're able to do NIST advisory, ISO 27001. So we follow the same compliance protocols. Because what we find is that when a client then becomes protected, then the migration to compliance and policy then becomes easier. In addition to that, we have our Microsoft integration. Because we are a Microsoft integration partner, and it's something that we did only from the perspective of our customer. We only became a Microsoft certified partner because our customers asked us to do licensing for them. And once we realized that licensing then gives us a gateway to understand their infrastructure better, then we became a cloud service provider with Microsoft. In addition to doing that, we also offer training from our facility. So we have two types of training. We have our Microsoft-led training, and we have what they call an immersive training, which means that something that the lady had spoken about earlier, we are able to take students, users, SOC operators, boards through an actual incident. I'm sorry for today, we can't, you're not going to have the live demo, but normally from the office, what we're able to do is actually show them what a real ransomware attack is. From the time the person clicks on the link to when it affects their machine, and then when it affects all their infrastructure. Now, for us, it's very important for us to train that, because once we train people in order to respond to attack, we find that they are better protected at their home premise. So what we try to do with our training is the methodology around cybersecurity, the methodology about attacks. In addition to that, we have a data science team, and our data science team structures data into insights for our customers. So if you're a customer that needs insight into your resilience, then we take the metrics from your infrastructure and give those insights back to you in form of graphs, in presentations. So we normally do it for people who are looking at, I'll give you an example, we do it for KFC. So we ingest data across their institutions, and we give them insights into what is going on in real time in any single shop across 38 locations. So what? Oh. Okay. I think we spoke about this, and we've spoken about this a number of times, and I've even mentioned it in my presentation, is that cybersecurity risk is huge in this region. And it's something that when we talk about threat actors, there are threat actors in this region that are benefiting from these things. And I think from the attacks that we're seeing, I think it's the group CEO who said that there were 4 billion attacks in this period. Last year, there were 1.5, which shows that all the infrastructure that we're creating around M-Pesa, this digitization, all this e-citizen digitizing all 22,000 licenses now, licensed institutions, it's just creating a footprint for attackers to then attack us. Now, this is something that we have to be very cognizant of, because as a growing economy, it's something that we always have to look at. Now, the insurance, the security-led perspective, when you look at it from a security perspective, we also find that AI is also then injecting security into our code. Because what we're finding now is that a lot of people are using AI to build applications. Now, the AI applications, it's not tested. No one is testing it to make sure that it's security resilient. Now, that's something that we note, is that in 100 cases of applications that have been built with AI, 40 or 50 of them have security flaws in them. Now, from a perspective of looking at threats within this region, ransomware is definitely the biggest threat. Social engineering is the biggest threat. And those we see because it sort of pushes you in a direction to make a click. It's trying to get you to click through. And that's why social engineering works very, very well here. In addition to that, I'm sure you've seen the zero-day attacks. There was a zero-day 2 weeks ago on WhatsApp for iOS. There was a zero-day. There's still a zero-day on Microsoft. There's a Microsoft zero-day. A zero-day means that it's today. No one has a fix for it. And that's the scariest attack to have. It's because you can go to the doctor, and the doctor says, hey, I've never seen this before. Then that's a zero-day attack. A zero-day attack, it means that no one has seen it. No one has a cure for it, which means we struggle very hard to get out of those, and those we find are prevalent now. I'll talk about the info stealer, because the info stealer is a digital pickpocket. Now, if you remember how pickpockets operated previously, is that I would have people who went on the bus, I had people who found you in the matatu, I had people who found you on the street, and what they would do is take everything that they've stolen from everyone, consolidate it, take the money out of the wallets, and dump the wallets, okay? And that's what a pickpocket operates in. And that's how organized pickpockets work, even in Europe, in the States. Now, if you can imagine, they're pickpocketing your information from your machine. So what do they have from your phone? What do they have from your laptop, your work laptop? They have your cookies for your bank. They have your cookies for your social media accounts. They have the cookies for your medical, you see? So I have your wallet, I take the cash, what remains? Your credit card information, your debit card information. And when I say your debit card information, I mean full information. First name, last name, CVE. It means I can pass transactions because I have all your details. Now, if you can imagine a pickpocket like this that's operating in this environment. So what we found is that this pickpocket is prevalent here. Now, what it's doing is that it's embedded in websites, and what we found it in I hate to say, but it was found in a CAPTCHA website. So you know the CAPTCHA that asks you to identify if you are human? It was embedded in that. So when the person clicked on it, and this is a person in one of the institutions that we protect, it came to us as a notification. So it came to the SOC as a high priority, but informational. Normally a high priority threat would be critical, but it came high priority informational. And when we saw it in the SOC, we thought, maybe it's something else. But one of our operators said, I think this is critical. And when we looked at it, it had infected his machine, exfiltrated all his passwords, and then left. So we then found that the same credentials that he had stolen were then for sale on the darknet the next day. So that's how prolific it is. Now, when we say the darknet and we talk about the darknet, it's a place where criminals operate. So they're not leaving your information with good guys who are then going to call you on the phone and say, hey, Babu, we found your credit cards. Where can we drop them off at you? No. You're leaving them with people who think about the next pivot to how they're going to attack your institution. And that's how they operate. Now, the operations of big gangs, as Phil had mentioned, will target big institutions. But we are a country of many small institutions. Our SMEs are small, but what can we get from our SMEs? And that's the reason why Operation Serengeti worked so well for those criminals, is that they targeted us with small, it was sextortion and romance, scam romance for this region. So it's very specific to us as Africans and as Kenyans. So the info stealer is something that I think needs to be looked at because it is prolific. I find myself talking about this at length because if you can imagine the credentials from your Gmail account that you have not secured with multi-factor are exposed on the darknet, then somebody can log on to your email and start sending your friends emails that you're stranded in Bulgaria and are looking for money. This is how those happen. And it's something that I thought it's important to speak about. We don't have actual figures for Kenya, but these are the figures that we have found for all these different countries. Now, if you can imagine us at the digitization that we are at, where we are with M-Pesa, where we have, what do we have, 40 million users on M-Pesa? If you can imagine if those credentials are then leaked, what damage does it do to us as individuals? Yes. I think that was the, well, I guess they've cut me short. They think I'm scaring you guys a bit too much. But what we need to be conscious of is that emails, how do we look at our emails? What emails do we get? They're using it for that task. Malicious advertisements. You find that today you'll speak about cybersecurity, and then in your timeline for Facebook and Instagram today will have cybersecurity. Yes? Something that they use. I mean, I have the same. I was talking about an individual 2 days ago, and now they're on my timeline. We were speaking about Moses in the office and inviting him for this function. This was 3 days ago. And now on my timeline, it's there. Friends with Moses. You have so many mutual friends. It's prolific. Infected websites, you don't know if they're infected or not. How do you know if a government website has embedded this? How do you know? It's important for you to use tools that allow you to control that, what websites you have access to. When you click on a link from a website, it should be passed through a process that verifies that that website is secure. And then cracked games. We don't see this a lot. We see it more often with people who share their computers with children, with kids, is that they're constantly cracking games to add more. And this is something that we see a lot of. Now those cracked games, cracked software, anyone who uses Adobe, that's not the genuine version, and uses a crack to break it, there's an embedded malware in the crack, and we see it a lot. So it's important that you're sort of looking at the tools that you use. I can't say more of this. MFA. MFA is such an important thing. Multi-factor authentication. I can show you from my phone. My credentials have been leaked on an account that I have, a Hotmail account that I had, and they leaked the credentials on the darknet. If I show you my authenticator, I think I used to have minimum of 14 remote logons every single day. If I didn't have multi-factor, they would be in my account. But what they're doing is that they have the password, and they're trying to get in. Now, if you can imagine somebody without multi-factor, especially on Gmail accounts, we see that quite a lot, actually, very much. XDR solutions block those, but those are more in your office environment. When you're at home, what do you use? How do you secure yourself at home? Do you have a simple EDR from Defender? Because your Microsoft tools that you use in the office can be extended to your home environment. It's important that you use that, because XDR is very, very important. The detection and response solutions, that's as a subsequent. But it's important that somebody is then looking at the traffic that's coming in and out of your institution. It's very important that you have a SIEM, a SOC team that looks at those. Because if we never had the SOC team that was looking at that notification that came in as high but informational, it could have passed. Because when I look at it from my IT perspective, I could say it was just informational. And what we found is because we noticed it, we then passed it to all the companies that we then protect, which gives us a wider reach to then protect them. And then compromised credentials. I'm sure we all have this now within, Google does it, Apple does it. Your password, whenever you try to use a similar password that has been leaked on the same email account, it'll flag it. It's important that you do that. Because if you can imagine with AI, and me, if I have 5 of your current or previous passwords, using AI, I can predict what your next one is going to be. And if I have 10 of your passwords that have been leaked, I can pick the next one. So the amount of information that's out there that allows the actor to get in is something that we really also need to look at. Now, we look at it from a company perspective, we monitor all their infrastructure. So I'll give an example. If we are monitoring, let's say, AIG and we're monitoring Phil, we'll also monitor leaked credentials for his PA. Because the attack will not come to Phil directly, it'll come from a third party. So the third party is somebody who has access also to his information. So it's important that we regularly change our passwords and use password tools There are very many that are out there. I know there'll be questions about which one is the best one to use. I'd use the one from the regular Microsoft, Google, any of the big companies that offer password tools, anything that's internal. Thank you.
Let's give him a better clap. Tumpigieni makofi tafadhali. I just want to make a quick announcement that in case you have misplaced your identity card, I'm talking about Rose Njeri Munge. In case you've misplaced your identity card, you will come and collect it from that desk. Moving on forward, to speak about the future of cybersecurity, allow me to invite from NCBA Insurance Group, Stephen Ngari. Pigeni makofi as he comes as well on board to give his presentation so that we may continue with the program.
Sorry, good afternoon. I think it will be helpful to summarize my presentation from probably 20 slides to 4, going with a lot of information that have been delivered by many of the speakers who stood here. Most important is to appreciate that in as much as we have a lot of threat in cyberspace, you have a partner in NCBA who is working with experts, that's AIG, we have Adiri, we have legal firms who will help us go to the next level without getting scared. Because the truth is, it presents two phases to it. We have opportunities to embrace technology and take our business to the next level, but then that comes with quite what I will refer as a fair share of challenges and threats to our business. So quickly looking at it, we have to appreciate that technology then have transformed the risk landscape, where cyber security is a main concern. All the years, probably as insurance company, we took care of your properties, but now this is the area that most companies are quite exposed. It's from social engineering. It is also at 2 levels. It's and my colleague Babu presented that well. It is at a business level and also at a personal level. So there's no way a business will be safe if at a personal level then we are not aligned, which is quite important. And with such, then it becomes important to work with a partner who will not only give you the boldness to adapt to technology, but also give you an opportunity to innovate, but then innovate and make bold decisions to go to the next level. Because insurance, at the end of the day, should help you to not only future-proof your business, but also handle the emerging risks. And these are space where somebody said the risk is changing, landscape is changing quite fast. We have AI, who is 4 years. As a business, we are 52 years in this country, and we have been offering insurance for the last 7 years, but you can imagine what AI now means to us. We have to go back and be able to come up with a solution that will deal with the threat that you'll face tomorrow. So other than that, I think allow me to quickly just pick what is critical in this region. We have been in this space for quite a while, but we have picked quite many things at a global level, but also as a country. So as a business, we have been a thought leader, providing solutions that will not only take care of the risk today, but in the coming days. And this is informed by our deep insurance expertise, having been in this market offering specialty product, but also working with other partners. We leveraging on strategic partnership, for instance, what you have done with AIG, what we have done with Adiri and many more, and that then makes sure that we are able to provide a solution that will not only take care of you in case of a cyber attack, but also helps you to proactively, as a business, address the exposures that you have. And at times, this where the request, when we want to understand the risk, we ask for more info, and at times it's not easy to get it from the customers. So now you appreciate why at times it becomes important to provide information and make sure it's the right person providing information, so that at the very least, even if you won't get insurance coverage, at least somebody will guide you through your risk exposure or your risk profile as a business. Most important is also to give you the boldness that in as much as you don't have the expert in the house, you may not have a cyber security team in your office, you may not afford to have the entire IT expert, legal people who will respond to such threat. Now, if you partner with us, then that's provided. So we are not only helping you to take care of the insurance needs, but we are also coming with a comprehensive solution that will make sure that your business is resilient and also allow you to act as an enabler to embrace technology through the digital economy. So that becomes quite critical for us as business. Allow me to quickly go through the various areas that we are targeting. As I said, we have been able to provide cyber insurance to many of the corporate, but now we are keen to extend it to the next level. Somebody said that in this market, we have more SME than corporate, which I totally agree with. At one point, this product looked like it's a solution for the company who have invested well in the IT infrastructure, IT security. They have the necessary teams and everything almost looks like is in place, and therefore insurance can only look at the residual risk. That's bigger corporate, but right now the truth is all our business requires such a partner, requires such a solution, and that's why today we are gathered here to understand not only our risk, but also to communicate to you and to our many other partners who will work with us, the need to have a solution that will also be able to take care of the wider business, various other business that we deal with. That's SME, and not just SME and business that are for now enjoying such a solution, but then we are looking at it broadly. Somebody talked about manufacturing farm being disrupted. So we are looking at all a wide scope of customers who can enjoy our insurance solution, from manufacturers to retail to wholesalers to personal care, and this is, I think, quite critical. Right now we have a lot of membership when we enroll as clubs. They are where you go for your salon, there is where you go for barber services and such. So all that, those areas, people are able to pick up your personal data, for example. And some people may decide to go through a third party and not necessarily come for you because you are at, and probably you have deployed all the necessary security. So we are also keen on making sure that we work with IT tech firms, and they are quite important, and also the consulting firm. This becomes critical because, as somebody said, the threat and the people that present these cyber security threat are actually cooperating, and they are collaborating. On this other side, then we have to collaborate and make sure that then we have the necessary solutions. So that's where you will see a lot of collaboration and also offering an actual solution to IT firms, to software providers, and most important, also look at even where we have insured physical property for many years. Now we are in that space where we want to make sure that we also provide the necessary cyber crime cover to people involved, for example, in construction. So here you're looking at property managers, you are looking at architects, you are looking at the engineers, because that is critical for us to make sure that as a business, then you appreciate the entire ecosystem of your enterprise cyber security management. Also, we take care of consulting and research firms. As I said, we don't want to reduce the scope of who can be attacked, and that's quite critical. In terms of looking at our solution, what we are offering today, it is a comprehensive solution. I don't want to go back to what my colleagues have said, and Phil did justice to this space. So my point here is just to emphasize that we have a solution not just to provide an insurance as a product, but provide a solution that can take care of the business. Take care of the business in a way that we are not only looking at what can happen today, but also what will happen in coming days, which is quite critical, as we have all been informed and agreed in that discussion. This space, the risk landscape is changing too fast, and therefore you need to work with partners who are able to also gather from other areas. And it was important also to partner with AIG, who have seen this at a global level, Adiri, who have seen this from a global and also regional level, and that becomes quite critical, and probably that's what Wamaida is looking for, a solution that will not only bring home what's happening at a global level, but appreciate our regional or our operating environment in this country. So it is important to appreciate that part. So in a brief, we want to assure the market that we have a solution that will go beyond a standard insurance product. So we'll bring on board a solution that will help you as a business understand your risk. Secondly, a solution that will bring other partners to work with you to mitigate the risk, and should that then occur, should you do all what required to be done and still get an attack, then you have an insurance that we will respond. So this becomes quite critical for us as a market, and we will be happy to continue engaging on this, working on the solution to take it to the next level. And it's two levels. We have been able to move from bigger corporate to SME, and we have a challenge already this morning that we need to think about now people. So I probably will move a solution from corporate to SME now to individual as we head that direction. Thanks a lot for your question, for your attention. I want to just appreciate your patience, and most important, the fact that everyone speaking here appreciate that it is something we need to face, and the only way to learn with this is make sure that you work with a capable partner, you work with a reliable partner, and that's where NCBA insurance is coming in. So don't get so scared when Babu speaks, because at one point you may wonder whether automation and digitization was a good idea, if that's what you expose your business to. So please don't get stranded. Make sure you work with the right partners, and then you can be able to grow your business, but a business that will be resilient, even if the risk landscape changes, more so on cyber security. Otherwise, thanks a lot.
Tumpigieni makofi. Let's give him a better clap. Asante sana. And of course, to the main business of the day that we've all been waiting for, with all said and done. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, we want to appreciate each and every person that has made it to this place. And at this time, ladies and gentlemen, I want to ask the media team, of course, to be ready for this one, because we are now moving to the official launch of the cyber product that is being brought to you by none other than the best in the industry, that is the NCBA Insurance Group. I want us to appreciate NCBA Insurance Group. Wapigieni makofi tafadhali. And while that is happening, I need you to be very keen on this next part that we are going, because you as the client needs to understand exactly that whatever it is that we've been talking about today is exactly what is going to be brought forth by, of course, our managing director and CEO of the NCBA Group, who is here with us, Madam Stella. And I want to bring her up on stage as well. Pigeni makofi as she comes on stage. And she will as well be joined by Georges Abdirashid, who is here with us. Yuko na sisi. Asante. Pigeni makofi as well, Georges Abdirashid. Because the phase where we are going to now is the official launch of the product. You'll help me with one more mic, one extra microphone, kindly. And if it is possible, let me ask the media team to come and help me move this podium so that we can witness the whole launch. So let me ask King Kelvin as well to join us on this side. All right, so just before, all right, so we can fix that. So just before we head to the product launch, we will allow George to give just an overview, and then we will.
So, part of the economy, we have a social responsibility towards SMEs, because any cyber attack to SMEs is due to their minimum capital or their small business. They will not be able to afford such a loss. So we have this responsibility towards them. We have the responsibility toward the economy of the country and the people working in these SMEs, and that's why we designed this product with NCBA to offer a cyber protection to SME companies. And also, this will be also a new line of business to insurers, to agents, to also sell this product to SMEs and benefit from the return, at the same time protecting these SMEs, and also for banks, because mainly SMEs, they really depend on loans, and in any cyber attack, for sure they will default on that. So that's the purpose of AIG being here. Thank you very much for today, and I leave it to Stella. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the height of our cyber conference today. We will now launch our new SME cyber product, really a response to the queries that we've been receiving from customers and from our intermediaries and business partners, that we have a very good corporate product for large businesses. What about the smaller and medium-sized enterprises? And today we're going to launch that solution. So the only rallying call I'd give is now the SMEs have a partner to allow them to navigate the cyber landscape. So please join me in this launch, and afterwards I'm really looking forward to having 300 calls as to buy this cyber product. Thank you very much.
In today's hyper-connected world, cyber threats aren't just headlines. They're a daily reality. From phishing scams and ransomware to sophisticated hacks, no business is immune. One breach can cost millions, shatter trust, and halt operations overnight. But what if you could turn vulnerability into unbreakable strength? Introducing CyberGuard from NCBA Insurance, the comprehensive cyber insurance designed to safeguard what matters most. CyberGuard is built for industries facing unique cyber risks, such as manufacturing, agriculture, hospitality, retail, engineers, IT managers, business owners, transport industry, and mining. With CyberGuard, get personalized coverage tailored to your unique risks, whether you're a small startup or a global enterprise. Enjoy fast onboarding in minutes, instant quotations online, and a rapid response team ready 24/7 to minimize downtime and get you back online. Don't wait for the next attack. Insure what matters with NCBA Insurance.
So I want to say thank you to our partners, AIG, represented today by Phil and George. Thank you very much. And to everyone in the room, welcome to CyberGuard.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate them. Wapigieni makofi tafadhali. And just before our CEO steps down, allow me to bring in Phil as well on stage representing AIG and Georges so that they may receive their gift from our NCBA insurance team. So wacha wachukue zawadi ili waweze kupiga picha. Let me ask the media team kindly to come closer for a photo session. Yes, we can do it in the middle. Where do you, in the middle? Huh? All right, all right. Let's appreciate them. Wapigieni makofi tafadhali. Asante. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right. Up next on stage, just before our CEO steps down, we will have a daily group. We will have a daily group and asante. Let's appreciate a daily group tafadhali. Wapigieni makofi. So we'll look at the camera. Amazing. Wapigieni makofi tafadhali. And then as well from IRA, may we have Brian coming on board. Pigieni makofi Brian tafadhali. Asante sana, alafu tutaangalia picha. Thank you very much. And then we will cross over to the panelists that we had today. Allow me to start with, from Microsoft, let me have Kenneth Ringera. Pigeni makofi Kenneth Ringera tafadhali. With his backpack as well. Pigeni makofi for the And then we will have Asante. We will have Willie receiving his second. Yes, we'll have Willie again as the panelist. Very nice. Let's appreciate Willie. Asante. And then, of course, we will have Mbabu coming on board from. Pigia makofi Mbabu tafadhali. Asante sana. All right, may we have Moses coming on board as well to receive something from NCBA. All right. Let's appreciate our CEO. Pigieni makofi tafadhali. Remember that Moses was our moderator at the panel. Of course, lovely picture right there. Asante sana. Pigieni makofi one more time. Asante sana. Thank you so much. That's it? We're good? Asante. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, it's been amazing, but just before we close, allow me to invite George Gideiga from NCBA Insurance Group, of course, to give us the closing remarks, and then thereafter, I will give you instructions on how we are going to have our lunch immediately after this. Karibu sana.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon. That was an awesome session, right? Great. So as we wrap up, I would like to pass sincere gratitude and thanks to all our distinguished guests, our great speakers, George, Willie, Alice who already left, our GMD, John, Dr. Kajwang, College of Insurance, Brian, thank you for coming, Philip, Babu, Bambu and Steve. Thank you, Babu, for your presentation. It was a bit scary from an IT perspective, but we appreciate, and I think that's where insurance comes in, right? So next, we also want to appreciate our panelists. Again, Babu, Willie, and Kenneth. And thank you very much, Moses, for moderating that session. It was good. I think we are well informed about the cyber security space right now, yeah? So the awareness part is check. Next to Team Marriott for organizing the whole thing. It was an awesome setup. We appreciate. and to our organizers, and MC Jack for taking us through, yeah, and the media team for covering this. And we also have our able sponsor, an IMD, Stella, thank you, and the NCBA insurance team, and to each of you for contributing to this engaging and insightful conference. I think we've all learned a lot, right? So from what Phil said, we appreciate that data is the new currency, okay? And the good, the bad, and ugly are all after it. It's a matter of whose hands it gets into. And from there, it becomes a very costly affair if it's in the wrong hands. So we must all collaborate so that we safeguard the data that we have in our various points of engagement. And it's been clear that the human factor is the weakest link. And of course, there's a lot of work to be done in that space. And I think Babu did a good job, and also Philip, to bring that out. So what do we do proactively? We build resilience, right? So the first thing is prevention. There's been talk about having SOC monitoring, insights, reports, so that we're able to see that. So prevention is better than cure. So we can have awareness also, because we said the human aspect is the weakest, so that we have additional tools to just maybe try and mitigate that. That's the technology tools that you can put in place. Then next is detection and monitoring, which again is covered from a SOC perspective. They go hand in hand, the threat intelligence, and then the breach response. Should the risk materialize, what do we do? How do we have the crisis management in that space, including stakeholder management? And I think the fourth thing that we all must do is ensure with NCBA, take our CyberGuard security cover. You've seen, it's been demonstrated. We have the comprehensive, and then we have the one that's more versatile for smaller SMEs and others, but it's tailor-made, as has been described. So as we return to our offices, let's each take our practical step to strengthen our cyber resilience, cyber security resilience. Whether by reviewing internal controls, we've been told about multi-factor authentication, where you could be having tools, but they're not enforced. Or investing in staff awareness, you could be having similar sessions like this in your places of engagement, so that everyone is aware of how this impacts on them. And this, as we have seen, is not just at our workplaces, but also spreads all the way back home. And to our regulators, maybe as has been highlighted in terms of supporting with the regulations that support and enable this environment to work best for all of us, as we see that there is a lot of emerging technologies and emerging threats. So our message, one message has come out clear, and that is cybersecurity is now central to businesses, individuals, and to insurance. It's no longer just an IT issue. It's a core part now, and we must manage the risk. And I think it's been mentioned, the beauty of having this in the visibility of the board, so that there's ownership, there's support. I think all that needs to be taken into consideration. We've heard about evolving threats from ransomware, from Internet of Things. You've heard about the fridge being the weakest point in a particular home. All those things, but we must take them into consideration. So it's not just about the tools that we have. It's also about the human element by and large, so that we make sure that everything comes together. We all collaborate and make sure that we have all that is required to deal with this risk. So at NCBA, we have a responsive solution, as you've seen, to complement the technology tools we've talked about. And the cybersecurity solution you've seen, the CyberGuard solution you've seen, the product, is something that we should embrace. Let's embed it in our lifestyle. Let's spread it to our customers. This conversation is ripe. This is the right time to have it. And as our JMD said, it's not a matter of it's not a matter of if, It's when, right? So seeing that it's coming, it's not, yeah, what are you doing about it? How resilient are you? And it's no longer an option. Yeah, it's no longer an option, as Babu said. So, and you're in a zero trust era, right? So we need to do everything that we can to make sure that's sorted out. So at the heart of all this, cybersecurity is about trust. And insurance is about trust. So that's what NCBIG is extending. Thank you all, and I look forward to seeing you in the next engagement. Good day.
Thank you so much. Let's appreciate him. Asanteni sana. Mpigeni makofi tafadhali. And of course, I want you to appreciate yourselves. And let me ask at this point, because we've come to the tail end of this program, let me ask all of us to be upstanding. Naomba tusimame sote tafadhali. Let me ask all of us to be upstanding. Please be upstanding from wherever you are. And I just want you to stretch a bit. Just stretch a bit. Just stretch a bit from wherever you are. Turn to the person seated next to you. Tell them, ensure every moment. Shake their hands and tell them, ensure every moment. Very nice. Thank you so much for coming through. Thank you so much for participating in this. From NCBA Insurance Group, we say a very big thank you to you. But do not leave just yet, because from the JW Marriott team, I'm being reliably informed that lunch is ready. And lunch will not be on this floor. Lunch will be at 4th floor. So where we are right now, this is the 2nd floor. But if you go up 2 floors, you will find 4th floor, a restaurant called Minya. At Minya, you will be issued with a meal card from here. So from where you're seated, you will be issued with a meal card. Our team is going around just to make sure that everybody has a meal card. So please ensure that by the time you're going to Minya restaurant, you have a meal card. Please enjoy your lunch, have a good time, and remember to ensure every moment. My name is MC Jack. Up until next time, I will see you again. NCBA Insurance Group is the company to be. Wapi makofi tafadhali. See you on the other side and enjoy yourselves. Bye-bye. So you'll get the meal card from our team that is going around to make sure that everybody gets a meal card. But other than that, I will see you over there at lunch. Media team, back to you.